Hello?
Hello.
Are you live?
Uh, yeah, we're live.
Yeah, okay, we're live. I see it now. Hello, hello, hello. Gotta spread the video. No, what? Real talk, real quick. I honestly, the fact that there's no, like, sort of generic URL we can link to when you're currently streaming, because that just makes it a whole lot more annoying, just
Yeah,
overall, for,
I
like, sharing it. I mean, it still, like, it works. Like, we can
used to
still
be
link
able
it.
to, but then YouTube
Huh?
updated.
And of course YouTube would do that.
Yeah, I'll just make some. I'll just post it in some places for you.
Yeah, I,
Alright. And
So
I'll...
once again, the blood has gotten off at our floor. We're just wading through blood.
anyone say anything in the chat yet?
Uh,
Nope.
making a tweet. Nope, not yet. But, great. What was I going to say? Oh, yes, the idea I was holding on to was... It's kind of funny to think about, like, which video game pro tags would be, like, cool with each other. Like, I was thinking, like, know what? Doom Guy would probably hate Caleb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think Doom Guy and, Mirage, or V1, I think that's what her name is. Like, the robot from... Great, I'm forgetting the name. How am I forgetting the name of the game? Um, no, let me look up the URL. I think, but I know there's this one game. What was it called? How am I forgetting? Ultra Kill. Yeah, the robot from Ultra Kill and like Doom Guy would be like best buds
Yeah.
because it's a robot. I think the tagline for the game is "Blood is fuel, mankind is dead, hell is full," and it's no, you go into hell to kill demons because blood is full or whatever. Look, either way,
Blood's empty, and all the devils are here. It's not hard to follow, you know.
yeah,
Uh, Caleb doesn't really like anyone, really.
yeah, kind of a nerd.
Except for Ophelia, but then,
She,
Chernobog fixed that.
yeah.
Chernobog's making a call-out post,
Oh
and
no.
that's why Caleb doesn't like Ophelia anymore.
Oh
No, he
no.
killed her.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Hey, every furry.
Yep.
Hey, every pony.
Don't you ever forget.
Oh man.
Where's the word? There it is.
Putting links all over the place.
Link
Even
you.
yeah.
Link you.
Which, speaking of which, apparently Tumblr now has sort of like ads that anyone can buy, where you spend some money and your post gets sent out to X amount of people just on their dashboard.
Tumblr Blaze, where
Yeah,
you're buying a set amount of impressions like on users, but not like different users and entirely at random, not targeted. So it's like you're gonna show your terrible meme to 1,000 people, and it might be one person seeing it 1,000 times.
So Cryptic Passage is considered an add-on, but it's an official add-on.
oh, nice. What does it well add?
Cryptic Passage.
Very,
It adds one
very
passage to the game.
Hmm.
Very cryptic. You're
Oh,
just like,
and a
man,
guy
what's going on?
jumped into water already.
God.
Love
Of
that
course.
blood AI.
Yeah. I mean, the perfect strategy. Go into the water.
You should go here. You're pointing to the water. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's on one server I'm in, we have an emote that says "You should go here," and it's someone pointing into the void. It's just,
Why do you have
it's
to
one of
deal
those
with the guy in the
emotes
water?
that you go, "Why do we have this?" And then you see a situation, you're like, "Oh, this is why we have it."
Yeah. God.
Hit scanners are terrifying in the water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
too hard to. Well, you can't dodge hit scan attacks. So
You can't dodge
And
them
then
in the water.
yeah,
They just become way more accurate in the water.
that's so weird. Well, I'm guessing more of they're kind of just floating. So
Yeah, and you can't crouch while in water, so there's no way to make them less accurate.
sending a crack squad of aquatic chain gunners. What was that
goodness.
one? TNT or Evolution? It's one of the Doom ones that you just have so many chain gunners that it's like an in-joke amongst players.
Plutonia?
Plutonia, that's the one.
I mean, TNT also uses it. Evolution is the same as TNT, just by the way.
Oh, that's what I was getting mixed up. Because Plutonia was the other official one alongside TNT Evolution, in as much as any of them were official, really. Uh, yeah.
Plutonia has Revenants, Chain Gunners, and Archviles as the meme.
Yeah. Because those are the three most annoying enemies for different reasons.
Oh wait. Quick question. What difficulty do you play on,
Well done.
James? Well done. Because I was thinking of playing this game either on stream or maybe trying to LP it if like computer will cooperate. Well, I mean it's blood. It should be able to cooperate recording and playing an LP of that, or recording an LP of blood. But I was like, no, I'm good. Because I remember trying some difficulties and like, no, what works for me?
Another
I
one.
was like,
Two.
no, two of them. But yeah, I was like, no, I'll try the easiest difficulty just to see like what changes. And for some reason, the zombies still take 4 hits to kill with like the pitchfork, or they
Yeah.
take 4 hits to kill, but every time you hit them, they fall to the ground, and then they're completely invulnerable while on the ground. Then you gotta wait for them to get up
Yeah, it
to
gives
hit
them
them again.
iframes for some reason.
I'm like, why is this the easiest difficulty? Like, it takes the same amount of kills as it does on like I think Well Done, which is 4, but it's like same amount of hits. It's just now you
They're
have to
giving you
wait.
time in between them, and you're like,
Ah, fuck.
God, oh fuck.
Yeah,
it's
sometimes they don't die when they fall into the water while on fire.
Yeah.
Ah, that sucks.
Ooh, be 1 health.
Still got a hit point, keep going.
I mean, in this game, yeah. Because, gosh, they really, you know, it does take a while to find any, like, replacement health. Even on the first level of Blood.
And this is
First level of the first scenario. God, yeah, this is the, post-game content, basically.
Yep. And the first level is the hardest, actually, for this expansion.
Weird.
Okay. Well, that's just a zombie, man.
Yeah.
That when well done, they have high enough health that you have to stab them once or twice when you put a flare on them.
Yeah. God, love game design. Sorry, I'm still thinking about how silly it is of just like, well, oh, another one.
Oh, armor at least. And giving me flares while underwater, of course.
Of course. Also, a whole diving suit.
Yeah, just love the breathe more underwater item is literally a full diving suit. It's like this is the least practical thing it could be.
That's why it drains so fast.
Yeah. Like you swim and you find like a full diving suit underwater and you're like, oh cool, put this on immediately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not much
God.
worse than when Duke Nukem has the scuba gear underwater.
I mean,
Yeah, the scuba
okay,
gear
yeah.
doesn't need to be sealed, like not in the same manner that a diving suit does. Like you're not depressurizing it for like half an hour beforehand.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, for a second, I got
very
confused
funny.
between yeah, snorkel and scuba. I was like, if Duke Nukem just had like a snorkel, like and goggles, that'd be funny. And like, no, yeah, sure, like some cartoon logic, but like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
scuba, just a scuba kit would make sense actually. But
Mhm.
If you played Castlevania Symphony of the Night, item that protects you from water is just a snorkel. It's
Of
called the
course.
holy.
nice.
I think it's called a holy item or something.
Yeah. To be fair, Castlevania already has some silly logic moments in it, and you're like, yeah, sure, that fits. Holy snorkel that like gives you more oxygen, sure.
Yeah. God. Oh, and of course, it's Symphony with Symphony of the Night. Like the translation is famous for being like really bad. Like, I
A
mean,
little janky in places, yeah.
like in their defense, they were like, people who worked on it did talk about it, and like they were just given like a text file with everything like alphabetically listed, and like you're
Yeah,
like, oh,
no
translate line
context
by
behind
line.
It's
Yeah,
some
the way
Bethesda
they
work.
recorded Oblivion lines, yeah, Bethesda.
yeah,
Where you're given all of your characters' lines in alphabetical order and no other context.
God, which is no, that's still wild to think about, especially for like Oblivion, where it's like, they had Patrick Stewart as like did some voice work
Yeah,
for
they
the
gave him
Emperor,
like a
and they gave
20-page brief on his character and direction, and he went, "Wow, this is the most I've ever been given about one character before I played them."
and
And like, he's Patrick Stewart. He is like, say what you well about the shows that he's been in and the movies and stuff, but like, he's not a bad actor.
yeah, he's done like Shakespeare
Yeah.
plays, yeah. Eh,
He's the entire stereotype of the like
Oh fuck.
classically trained actor who nonetheless appears in like Star Trek or something. Like he is the one most people know for an entire archetype that is being made fun of with what's he called? The guy in Galaxy Quest?
yeah,
Yeah. Oh, dogs. Friendly
just dogs.
dogs. Oh.
Oh,
Hmm. Good thing we don't have any dog girls in this stream.
I know some, but they're not in this stream.
You know some and they're your bitter enemies. Nah, probably not.
Nice, but what was that? My train of thought was destroyed by the dogs, and then the obliteration of the dogs. Uh, oh yeah, like Patrick Stewart. And it's funny because like his character only only has like a few minutes of screen time in Oblivion, and they give him all that, and then like
And then they ignore
everyone
everyone
else.
else because they blew their entire budget on him. And it
Yeah,
shows.
And the other
yeah.
guy, who played Zod, General
Yeah.
Zod from the second Superman movie.
In all fairness, Patrick Stewart knocks it out of the park for the 15 minutes that he's a character in Oblivion.
Oh yeah, no, he really
Like,
does.
he's great. All the other voice acting in the game is less good.
Yeah, like I still remember enjoying it as a teen. Like even though like it wasn't
Yeah.
great per se. Like, no, they're still
Like,
doing what they can.
I won't like say, oh, Oblivion is bad. If you like it, you're stupid. I'll say it's a game with a lot of problems. A lot of very funny problems. One
Yeah,
of them being that the voice direction is hilariously atrocious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they have some lines where the person says, "Oh, let me try that again."
wait, they do?
Yep.
Huh?
Yeah, there is a line where they keep in that outtake.
More than one.
I've only ever seen one, but yeah, I'll take your word for it. Probably more. Is that a
We
fishing
can
rod?
fish.
Excellent, we've unlocked the fishing minigame.
This isn't, Cruelty Squad, sadly.
Except it could be.
No, this isn't.
If your next stream, Cruelty Squad. Yeah.
I still have
Honest-
yet to beat the final level.
God, I've yet to get like more than a few levels into Cruelty Squad because it's it's a game that you really need to be in the right mindset to play.
Luckily,
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah, like it's good, but it's actively hostile to the player. Like sincerely get the feeling that in a few years we're gonna like see a bunch of games trying to copy this style and not quite getting what makes it so good in Cruelty Squad.
Oh, you must have seen my Steam review then.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. But basically, like, yeah, there's. It's hostile to the player in a very directed way. Like, there are games which you play and you go, oh, they just didn't know what they were doing. In Cruelty Squad, you know that they know what they were doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you play Top Banana for the Amiga, like my go-to weird game nobody's heard of. And that's got like jarring, glitchy graphics and unsettling soundtrack. Everything about it is just kind of like nausea-inducing to think about. It's difficult in ways that it shouldn't be difficult, basically. And that feels more like it's unintentional, like they weren't going out of their way to make the least appealing game ever made. Cruelty Squad is that, but intentional. Yeah.
Yeah. God.
Speaking of intentionally making unappealing games, you heard of Takeshi's
Culture game.
Challenge?
Oh, Takeshi's Challenge. Yeah, I have heard so much of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's this guy in Japan called, I forget his full name, but his nickname is Beat Takeshi. And for the longest time, he just hated technology. Utterly.
I'd say that's Takeshi Kitano, but I might be.
Oh yeah, I think that's it. But yeah, he just hated technology.
Yeah, because he's the one from Takeshi's Castle, so it must be him. Yeah, and
So,
it's yeah,
and he was approached to make a video game. And then he said,
yeah,
"Alright, I will."
yeah. It's a game that is, well, as you said, it is also actively hostile to the player, but in a more subtle way. It's not like the graphics are particularly like unsettling to look at. It's not like it's a disturbing descent into absolute madness. It's that it's,
Mm,
well, arguably it is, but not in the same way that Cruelty Squad is. It's a lot more subtle in that it's set up like a typical video game, but some of the puzzles are, yeah, you had to stand in this place for 12 hours.
Oh God.
Here was a hand gliding minigame that you will never have an explanation for, and that none of the controls are told you. Was it the hand gliding game in that?
oh yeah, there's a hang gliding minigame. Oh, if you don't choose the exact right sequence of events, you won't even get there.
Oh god, yeah, there is the hand gliding sequence in it.
Huh? Wait, did that open up? I heard something open up.
A secret
Oh.
is revealed.
But it's not actually a secret. It's not anything really. It's just flavor text.
Funny that just something opening up. It's just like, oh, that's flavor text.
Okay, I just heard something open up. Okay, there it goes.
Great. You know what? Speaking of art, I guess, even though some people still argue games are art, it's funny. Like, I'm really looking forward to playing Cruelty Squad. Well, for multiple reasons, and I know it's actively hostile, right? But it's like it has a purpose for being so hostile. It's a cyberpunk dystopia that it isn't like, oh, cool chrome cyberware, whatever.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like
but
you have a gross, like you can get like an augmentation where you just shoot out like an organ to like grapple on, and another like your dash thing isn't like, oh, your cool super legs let you run fast. No, it's sorry, my throat's a bit sore. Ah, it's, you expel waste matter behind you and it helps you move faster. It's just like
yeah,
everything's. It's this grotesque, like hell world that has Bitcoin.
yeah,
Grow.
it's intentionally like this is part of the artistic statement. You couldn't make Cruelty Squad without the grotesque style to it. Like
Yeah,
if you take away that art style, it loses the whole point of it. And if you take away the writing being horrific, then equally you lose like this is this is all carefully crafted, but it's absolutely unsettling.
And if you take away how weirdly it plays, it wouldn't work either.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's less about it being, oh, the controls are just badly designed. It's the controls are designed to frustrate you in specific ways.
yeah. It's funny though thinking about. I'm like, oh man, I'm looking forward to play Cruelty Squad one day, and then I'm like, they're just, y'all mentioning games that are like actively working against the player. I'm like, you know what? I remember. I suddenly remembered like a series that I like. I saw a little bit of gameplay of it, then I was like, you know what? I never want to touch this ever, or even watch
Yeah.
more of this. And that is, I want to be the guy, because like everything
Oh
about the
yeah.
design of it, it just seems so frustrating for the sake of being frustrating.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then that's it. It's interesting to think about the highs and lows of games designed to be purposely frustrating. Like I think the final, like after you beat the final boss and I want to be the guy, as things are lining up for the credits, there's one final gotcha of
Yeah,
like an
you
apple
can die
falling.
in the credits, and it even plays the and the restart theme, and you can press R and be put back right before the final boss.
To be
Yep.
fair, that one's intentionally the slowest to dodge thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just because they're like making fun of the assumption that you can't die in the credits. Yeah,
Yeah, which that
I
joke
want
is pretty funny,
like
but like,
isn't the style of game I'd want to play, even if it was less, unforgiving. Yeah,
yeah, I mean, it really, yeah, that is another point of it, like the style and like what it's trying to do, because that feels like Kaizo level game difficulty of like,
yeah, it is. It's a Kaizo hack of
like
itself.
yeah,
And people actually made fan games that are much harder.
Yeah,
wild.
because dying after you've won is the classic Kaizo trap.
Yep.
Ah, yeah.
I
Yeah,
remember. I remember that Proton John video.
Yeah, it's like I think that's where it came from, but the phrase is used to describe, a very specific. After you've won a level, you die, and you have to go and replay it again.
Yep.
Yeah. But like, if we're speaking about games, like Inscription is a recent one that, like, it's set up so that, like, your opponent continually springs like new and horrifyingly unfair game mechanics on you. Oh,
Huh?
hello, Pookie. Blood sour supply.
nice.
Does blood go
Had a poke.
sour?
I don't know. I've never had to store large quantities of blood.
It can go bad.
Well, yeah. No, I think
Yeah.
Caleb would say that it goes sour.
No, he
So I
said
think that counts.
blood's gone sour. I need a blood fresh supply. Yeah, kind of
Yeah.
like do a Caleb voice. What's it say? Right, inscription. That is. There's a lot of points in it where it will spring something on you and you go, wait, that's not fair. How's my opponent able to do this? Then you're like, oh, there's a way I can exploit that. And
Actually, that in one of the DLC for Resident Evil 7, that can't does happen.
hmm, let's go sour or what?
The springs something unfair on you, but you can exploit it.
Yeah,
In fact, you pretty much have to win that DLC.
yeah. Like, I won't spoil why inscription is set up like that, but when you find out why, it's okay. So that's what's going on, and this is really nice. It's like it's you will see hilariously unfair stuff played against you until you get to a point where you're good enough at the game to go, oh, okay, I get how it's supposed to go. And you start cheating right back. And it lets you feel like you're getting away with something when you, like, figure out these absurd combos, you know?
Pokey says, "You alien bastards think you know me just because you seen me on a little screen? It's time to make Duke
It's
Nukem
time to meet Duke Nukem.
3D."
3D. Balls, 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 balls.
God.
Yeah.
I still have never played Duke Nukem, but it's great
Not
seeing
on
all
the
the
stream.
voice act.
So, the version that comes with Alien World Tour isn't very good. The port that I should say, the source port that is, it's not a good source port.
I've got two guns.
I was about to say something like, "Oh, you finally got the Akimbo power up."
Yep.
I was about to, I like make a funny little reference, but then you died immediately. Which, this is blood, so that's fair. That happens. Oh God, that's so many dudes.
So many. Oh, I guess I got shot. So many funny little guys dying.
Yeah.
But
It's
yeah,
just-
Yeah.
Oh.
you can can get the version with the Alien World Tour and then download a better source port.
I've got 2 guns.
Yeah.
That should be enough for all.
Though Alien World Tour itself was like programmed weirdly and like doesn't quite work on all source ports. So you might want one with that's compatible to it.
I've got 2 guns. That should be enough for all.
Maybe throw dynamite before picking up the akimbo.
God, Regnet Rampage. Like, my dad, I think, had a shareware of it. But, yeah, I played a little bit of it.
God.
It's kind of not good.
Yeah. I actually remember seeing a video on YouTube talking about like several different like shooters like that, and oh boy,
I've got 2 guns.
gotta have some sort of emotional response to a California company making a game about like dumb rednecks who scratch their butt and sniff the finger or whatever the hell. Yeah, and I also think it didn't have much music. Like it had like a few tracks that eventually made it like kind of boring. Just like, oh, that's delightful.
Pokey says, is there even any characters in Extreme Paint Brawl?
Paint Brawl.
That's another, build entry game.
You made me spill my drink. You're about to experience my ion fury.
Yeah.
Was that
Honestly,
go
I
ahead, Mark.
love the jokes of characters saying the names of a franchise. Like, just misquoting them as having.
That should be enough for all.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a fun gag.
yeah. Because the times when it does happen in movies and stuff sometimes seem really forced. Like, what are you, astronauts in some kind of Star Trek?
Is this some kind of Suicide Squad?
God.
Is this some kind of Morbius?
My favorite, I think, of like something actually appearing within the fiction is like the video for the dentist add-on stuff for Payday 2, where he has Dallas, or the character of Dallas, like in his dentist chair because he thought he was going to a normal dentist appointment, and it's like, hey, I need you to do these jobs for me, and after explaining what all he wants, he goes, I want my payday too. And it's like the most like I remember it being a shit-eating grin, and I'm like, God, of course. But it's like know what? Yeah, no, I love how goofy this is after like the whole setup. Which
Yeah.
I really do enjoy how much Starburst Studios put into like the extra video, all these videos and whatnot for Payday. Because like they didn't have to go through all that extra effort. They really didn't, but they did, and it's pretty great.
Pokey says, I'm no mere servant, I'm the power slave. That one kind of sucked. He said. They said.
God.
Now that I've broken into this mechanist facility, I'll have to thief to the Metal Age. Garrett's a bit higher pitched than that. I can't really do him properly. It's kind of hard to explain because I don't.
Oh, I've already
Yeah.
found all the secrets. And the level's still going.
Oh.
Sneaking around on the Hitman stream last night. I was like QT was saying, "Oh, like you should go and play one of the Thief games again," and I'm like, "No, play Thief Deadly Shadows. I dare you."
It's
It's
not the
good
Yeah.
worst Thief
actually.
game.
Or at least it's not the worst Thief game. It has redeeming qualities. Like it's not perfect, but it does a lot of things better than you'd expect.
Pokey says, "There's no way in hell I'm gonna sign up to die in William Shatner's Tech War."
How else would the children learn about tech war?
That was a good Simpsons bit.
Yeah. God, that was such a good joke that I didn't get until years later because I didn't know what tech war was.
God.
Deadly Shadows was good, Pocket, you're right. Well, again, good is a relative term. It does not live up to Thief 1 or Thief 2. It's a solid game in its own right.
Yeah.
I've been
Oh.
watching Simpsons clips of Homer talking to his brain specifically.
Yes.
Is it because you've been playing Disco Elysium?
Yep. Those bits are very Disco Elysium.
Yeah, I'm told that I do the thing where like talk about my own brain as if it's a different person a lot, and I'm like, oh, I know exactly who I picked that up from. Because a friend who I've not spoken to in years did exactly the same thing, and apparently. Anyway, Homer speaking to his brain was the source of so many classic gags. The Simpsons back when it was good.
Yeah.
There was also there was like one part where Homer spoke to other parts of his body, and then one part where Marge spoke to her brain, and it just kept going higher and higher.
Your head ended at vertical, I'm just hair.
God.
Ah, fuck.
You know what? This is
Ah,
surprisingly going back on the topic of video games, but I honestly know it. This this would probably be like too hard to pull off
Yeah?
at that time, but I honestly think a game like Blood would benefit from like some sort of like let's not say Devil May Cry. It's not Devil May Cry. Like some sort of a modern Doom like glory kill system. Like maybe not doing the pre-recorded cutscene, but the whole rush up to an enemy to like kill them in
Yeah,
melee
like
So-
that's
to
an
get like
extra
health.
attack kind of thing. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not a big fan of glory kills, but I get where you're coming from because it's a game with very scarce resources.
So
Yeah.
Or at least seems to be in this difficulty.
I thought of making like a spiritual sequel to Blood, and one of the parts is like you rip out enemies' hearts to
You gotta
get.
rip out their hearts and show it to them before they die for no mechanical benefit.
That was in Serious Sam 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, rip out their hearts and their like health packs.
Um,
And you
Yeah.
have
Yeah,
to,
I
like,
mean,
honestly, yeah, sure.
and
that
you have
fits
to
the
also
tone.
like eat them as well, and it takes time to eat them, so you have to eat them when in like a safe place.
or like you had to choose it carefully, but like that would actually work for Blood, especially since Caleb's
Yeah,
like
it's like
a fucked up cultist cannibal dude.
yeah, as a like a move that's always recharging or something, and you're intended to use on like the last person in a group of enemies. Because if you use it anywhere else, you might get caught up in like your blood frenzy and have to eat their heart before you can keep fighting. It's like, yeah, sure, that would kind of fit.
Yeah, I think that would have been too far ahead,
Oh yeah, it's
at the
far in
time for
advance
them to
of
think
anything
about it.
Yeah.
the game would have done at the time, but it's like, cool, yeah, that kind of fits.
Pokey says, "Don't you see, Sigma? This is what always trusting and allying people gets you. This is virtue's last reward."
See, I've caught you in my zero-time dilemma. Okay, if you want to jump on our stream and, just say these things constantly as they jump into your head, then by all means.
I'm surprised they haven't made a reference to Witch Haven, which is another
Oh,
build
wait, are you?
game.
Yeah, I don't think you're actually in our chat, are you? I thought you were.
Now I'll post the link on the
Yeah, I
YouTube.
was just gonna grab that link. Yeah, if you're doing it, sure. Yeah, that's the Akimbo Dynamite Club Discord, which is named for a power-up from this, Akimbo Guns, but applied to the one weapon it doesn't work on, Dynamite.
Still remember your art of James as Caleb with the Akimbo Dynamite. There's nothing to say about it.
Oh,
God.
No, it's like you're always welcome to join, and oh, there you are.
there's nothing to say about it. I mean, it is one of the better,
I'll just give you guest
capstone
streamer
games.
privileges, so you can jump in chat if you like. Or voice
Oh,
chat.
that's a shark.
Nice.
One of the few good parts of Duke Nukem Forever is looking through one of those view seer things and seeing two women who apparently caught a shark. That
Good for
raises
them.
ego.
God, I know exactly where you got that emote from, Poke.
That's from
Yeah.
Peggle, right?
I believe it was a something awful emote for years, which is where I've seen it, so
Uh,
yeah.
I've
I
seen
don't
that
have
before,
any
but
idea what the
where?
origin is. I always thought it was like a Bubsy or something, and then just didn't bother looking into it.
I hate valve puzzles.
Hey, Poke.
hey.
Hey, hi.
Hater, hider, hoder, happy as can. Wait, no.
Yep.
So, welcome to our stream.
The stream, wow.
Yeah.
Wait, this was live? I gotta get out of here. Oh no.
Yeah.
Whoops!
Okay. We are live for stream chat right now.
Oh, that was such a good bit. But
Yeah.
know what? Santa, with it's wild. There's 9 people, 9 hours
9
till
persons,
getting
9 hours,
I
and
know,
9 doors.
doors. God, this army of zombies. But yeah, I still think
Rick-
Caleb. Huh?
I always thought it'd be cool, Rindo, if like at the end of the Matrix that he would actually turn out to be the bad guy, and then be like, and then Morpheus would be like, Neo, the world ends with you.
Oh, by the way, speaking
Yeah.
of, did you hear the Wachowskis were like selling stuff, and one of the things they were selling was like a Lulu from Final Fantasy X figure.
Oh, I know they're selling things to donate for groups to help trans youth and such, but like a Lulu figure? Huh. I've heard like some of them are like props from various movies they've worked on, but I wasn't expecting a Lulu figure. And to be fair, Lulu from Final Fantasy X was like really great. Love love that goth woman.
Yeah.
Damn. I want to play Final. I kind of want to play Final Fantasy X
Is
now.
Poke
but
a bit quiet for anyone else?
A little. Let me
Yeah.
try and raise
You want to adjust that up a bit.
raise them.
Yeah, 'cause you're on like 200% volume for me.
Sorry.
Don't worry
That's
about
alright.
it. Like, we've had worse
Is this any
voice chat
different?
difficulties.
Yeah,
You sound
I
fine.
raised you and you're better now.
Yeah.
Hooray.
Alright. But yeah, I never beat Final Fantasy X grown up because I borrowed it from someone and then they moved. But I saw a stream though of someone going through it, and I'm like, no, yeah, this game is still pretty good. Though the Ultimate Weapon stuff is still like, okay,
It's
there's still
always.
some wild bonker stuff, but God,
Dodge this lightning bolt
My favorite,
300 times.
Look, my favorite Final Fantasy Ultimate Weapon thing has got to be the fact that to get Steiner's Excalibur 2 and FF9, if I recall correctly, you have to reach the penultimate screen in the game. You know, they'll make it basically be in order, and you have to get there in about I think 10 hours or so.
It's not actually that. You have to reach a
Sort
specific
of.
point, like, most of the way through the main part, but it's 9 hours, I believe, because
12
Final Fantasy
hours.
9.
But
Oh, okay.
since UK PS2 ran slower at the time, but the clock didn't, it was 10 hours for them.
I know.
Yeah, we didn't bother with it, basically.
And also, additionally, if you played on a PS2 with marginally faster load times instead of the original PS1, you'd effectively have slightly more time.
Yeah.
Also, the current version lets you skip cutscenes, so that's much better.
I'm trying to remember if you get, like, this ultimate weapon right before the, what's it called, the inverted castle or whatever, where all of the strong weapons do no damage and all the weak weapons are good, actually. Because that would be a real, like, gotcha. But I don't believe that's the case. I think it's actually later in the game than that.
I find it. I like that. Go on the wiki and I just love seeing the popular pages, Final Fantasy 14 stuff mostly, but then also right in the middle, Jack Garland.
hell yeah,
I need to get that game.
We love her, Jack.
I love. I remember seeing. I forgot the name of the streamer, but you raided them one time and just like, yo, this game owns. Like it's. I remember seeing on like Twitter a while back of someone like, there's people who try to say, that Stranger in Paradise or Stranger in Paradise, whatever. Like it sucks because it's like a PS2 game, but it's like no, there's like
it
no,
rules
it
because
rules
it's like a
because it's
PS2
a
game.
game. Like, so good. Like the magic casting reminds me of like Dragon's Dogma, but faster. So it's like, oh wow, this is great actually. Because Dragon's Dogma was very much anime D&D, which isn't a bad thing, but it takes a while before you're like casting off spells, quickly.
And doing cool stuff.
Yeah.
You can always just climb up on things and throw your friends off of cliffs. That's always a laugh.
Actually, it's called a fastball special, and you're just throwing them to their deaths. Yeah.
See, it's one thing when you toss them at someone or something to hurt them, but when you just toss them off a cliff, it's just a gag.
Yeah.
Just a goof. God, Dragon's Dogma I need to beat Dragon's Dogma. I just haven't played it in forever, but like, it's like, hey, do you want to climb on the back of like a griffin and just like stab its face? It's like, yeah, do that. Yeah, you can just do that. Oh, and also, yeah, the fact that you can like climb up a Hydra and cut its heads off.
Get up on the Hydra's back. Get up on the Hydra's back. Get up on the Hydra's back. Get up on the Hydra. No, stop.
I should finish Kingdom Hearts 1 also, but
shouldn't.
that's also on my Xbox.
Yeah.
Nice.
Also, I have beaten Final Fantasy X.
Nice.
My friend has apparently written about the game multiple times, I believe, he said.
I haven't gotten all the celestial weapons, but I got at least 3 of them, 4 of them maybe.
Yeah.
Some of them aren't too bad, but then there's chocobo racing,
Yeah.
which is just luck.
Chocobo racing is the only meaningful content in Final Fantasy. What about that wall that looks like obviously blow upable?
Oh no, that wasn't blow upable. It's
Really? It was
graphically
just red?
glitching.
That's
Yeah.
messed
Oh.
up.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like build engine games make secrets visible like that. These kinds of shooters, you'll get at like a misaligned texture or a weird, or something placed slightly weirdly.
I remember one bullshit ass secret in Duke Nukem 3D, where you just have to fly up to an apartment, some sort of building, and like there's nothing telling you there's anything there. There's nothing
Yeah.
even remotely hinting.
I remember playing, downloading and playing on the Duke Nukem HD pack or whatever they want to call it, which is just weird to have 3D models, but still the same build engine logic and everything in there.
Yeah. Oh, is
With
that
the
the end
same-
level button? But obviously not the one you're looking for.
Yeah, okay, that's the end of the level.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Hold
Thought you
on.
were looking
Got 'em
for,
all.
like,
You got everything, everything.
blood, blood, blood,
Blood, blood, blood.
Blood.
What?
Blood
Yeah.
for the blood god. Blood for the blood god. Oh!
For the blood god, skulls
Speaking
for the
of blood-
children of corn.
Speaking of blood for the blood god, any of y'all ever play Total War, like Spartan Total Warrior? I think that's what it's called. Like for the PS2.
Nope.
It was pretty fun. I remember a friend once calling it like the poor man's God of War, but honestly it was better than God of War in a different way of just like, you know, you're fighting like hundreds of dudes in like certain levels. And like occasionally you get like a voice of some like Greek god who's like kill and kill again. Who's just like blood's like going hardcore in your mind. It's like while you're
Physics
trying not to die.
simulator.
How much?
Yeah.
How much time? Wow, 873 hours of Elden Ring.
Some playtime on it.
That's less
Hey,
than what
friend.
my friend has right now.
My friend likes it.
Yeah.
Because I left Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links open in the background, like when I was doing other stuff for so long, I have this like 4,000 hours playtime or something on it. I've never spent any money on the game despite it being a gacha.
Hey.
Yeah.
Let's see if this works. Or if this just.
My friend like has like cheats to make the game go faster. Elden Ring, by the way,
Oh.
like 25% faster.
20% cooler.
It didn't work.
God. Oh, it didn't work.
Are you talking of? Wait, are we both talking about Lily?
Lily? Yeah.
Oops.
Lilith.
Yeah. No, yeah. Lilith.
8.
Oh, are you talking
Yeah,
about
that.
like,
I can't
specific
believe we
nutrients
both
or
talked.
anything?
We're talking about this. And yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying. 873 on Steam.
Yep.
It's, but not all the achievements. Come on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Non-game designers. Oh,
Come on, Willy designers.
flower designers.
Okay, that was great.
Yeah, that didn't go well for either of us. Yeah.
God.
Also, when I was practicing this game, I like managed to save right as I died. So I was
Oh,
caught in like this time loop of dying over and over again.
Yeah, it's called
Classic.
Groundhog Day loop.
It happened.
But it was like a second time loop.
a time loop of 2 seconds.
Yep.
Caught in an endless loop with no escape.
Ah, fuck.
God, this game's this game's still mean. I don't know what I was expecting. I mean, then again, it's been a while since we saw it played, but yeah, no, it's just like, oh, there's of course there's other enemies hiding in like
Yeah, you
alleyways.
can't possibly see that guy until he's shooting you in the back.
Yeah,
There's no
the
good angle to
difficulty
get
for
at them.
this is kind of weird. This
I mean,
episode.
So it's
to be
almost
fair,
one-time damage there.
yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, Blood is kind of like that. To be fair, watching you play through it on Well Done,
It
it's
feels
just
like
sometimes
this
it
was how it
does.
is.
There's like, yeah, just sometimes it's like, oh, there's a guy that you can't see, until, like until you get into his line of sight, and then he can shoot you.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna place blood, or not blood. We're gonna place like health pickups really far, like far and few in between. Then again, that's almost like part of its charm. It's like it's just its identity, but also sometimes goofy things happen, which counteract, you know, being screwed over by someone hiding in an alley, and then you can do that.
Yeah. God, I just checked, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links playtime 4,803.2 hours. Yeah, like I said,
Oh.
yeah, I just left it open whilst I was doing other stuff sometimes, and it just adds up. I think the game
Yeah,
I spent most active time playing is probably Civilization 4. Yeah, which is something
nice.
like 500 hours.
Nice.
It feels like more. Eh.
Yeah, I know I played like I think Payday 2 for that much, and also uh Terraria, probably
What was
a
that?
few other games for like that amount of time. God, I was really into Payday 2 a while ago. Too bad it's like there's no way I can fit it on my hard drive now, just due to how big the game is.
Yeah, it kind of got huge at some point.
My favorite part about it was how it had to basically re-download every file every time it updated, and then just overwrite the old stuff, and it was garbage. It
Yeah,
barely fucking worked.
Yeah.
And it basically meant and if you had a small hard drive, basically meant that every time they patched even and the tiniest bit, you had to, well, basically you might as well just reinstall and reinstall the game completely.
yeah. 'Cause it's gonna make you download and replace everything you had installed, so it takes the full time every time.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've had this computer since 2015 or so.
God.
Because I'm not able to upgrade right now, or not willing to upgrade, because I'm not going to pay that much for a graphics card, you know? Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's see,
Which means I can't actually play, like, modern games, at least not some of them.
yeah.
That's why I've held off on getting Hitman 3. Despite it looking, like, really good, like, showing off, like,
Hitman
new
P.
content.
Oh.
Hmm?
Diana, my Hitman
Ah!
P joke did not land.
Uh, we alright, the BB Gun Show, which is a stream that the three of us watch a lot, like, they were playing Hitman 3 last night, and they found, like, a bottle of vintage, like 1945 wine, and immediately somehow ended up in the joke of, this wine is distilled from Hitler's urine, which is why it's so valuable. And so they just had like a solid hour of just making jokes about that. Like it kept derailing everything they said, and it was great.
God. Or that does unfortunately, if someone were to tell me that such a thing is in real life, like I'd believe it.
Good work, 47. Now here's your Hitman blood money for this.
God.
Good work, 47. You truly are the Hitman silent assassin. Good work,
Wait, no.
47. This is your Hitman absolution. Also, I'm dead in this game. Or am I? Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, not that a wine made from Hitler's piss does sound like something that would be potentially a very profitable scam
God, I am,
for like
my blood money.
I am reminded of that one Quentin Reviews video where he talks about, like, this like, team of people who, like, looked for, who, like, believed that Hitler didn't die in the bunker and, like, thought he, like, escaped somewhere. And it's, like, so much nonsense and bullshit.
God. Wonder if they have the money to make that Hitler's gamer girl bathwater pay off.
No,
God.
just stop talking
So
about this.
glad none of this has
Alright.
ended up in Isekai naming chat. Yeah.
God.
Oh, sorry, Pokey. I don't know if you've heard of this from any of us, but we have another server called Isekai Naming Chat, where it's like, it's basically us writing like light novel names or anime names, where it's like, I went to the other world and the demon lord is secretly. I'm trying to think of something.
Secretly my anus.
Girl? Yeah,
No. God.
something like that. It's all like
Uh,
the overly
what?
long titles.
let me look through the pinned ones.
There's so many of them. Oh yeah, just look at some pinned ones, Kitty.
My mythical destiny from the real world is recreating the Environmental Protection Agency? Sent to another world, and it's pretty standard fare, but Lin-Manuel Miranda Miranda is a mandatory party member.
And it's all just nonsense like this because, like, there are enough people in different servers that I'm in who went, actually, this idea is really funny. And so we just kept making more of them. It got its own server for containment.
Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, they are contained.
SCP containment breach into an isekai.
Oh
God.
no. We've done enough
I
ones.
was supposed to engage in a routine test, but then the power got out, and now there's a statue moving?
Yeah.
So, oh god, I'm looking at I took a peek at the TF2 workshop, and the most popular map of the last week was somebody porting sword fights on the heights into TF2 from Roblox.
Huh. Sorry. I'm sorry. For one, I have a bit of cough, and I'm still looking at the pinned messages, and I was an Anprim, but now I'm trapped as a caveman, and my philosophy books don't work.
Oh yeah. Anthem versus some kind of orange blur. Yeah.
That reminds. You know what? I'm actually not bringing that up because it's kind of controversial. Incredibly controversial. Fuck it.
Alright. I was distracted looking at the pinned messages still. So I
I was
Babysitter I
distracted
hired
by
is the
looking
demon
at the
lord?
pin messages, and now I've been isekai'd.
Yeah.
God.
Oh god, I've been ragging on the back rooms in this so.
Yeah, I mean, the original,
Hey
like, when I
guys.
first heard of the back rooms, it's like, oh, this is a pretty neat idea. And then it's like, apparently the original idea for it's like, oh, there's also, in this empty void, like, weird, like, voided space, there's no one there. Except there actually is. There's like 4,000 people here. And they're all
There's a
friendly toward
town
you.
of 4,000 people down there. God, yeah.
God, like, how do you take an idea that's like intrinsically very like desolate sounding, and you're like, actually, there's 4,000 people here,
And also
Yeah.
and they're all
monsters.
that you need to hit with very specific, like, you need to hit entity X with item Y, or else you do nothing. And it's like, this sounds like someone's weird Gale Pump RPG setting.
Sounds like
They're-
a shitty adventure
But-
game.
Yeah. God, Backrooms point and click adventure, but like the area you're point and click adventuring through is infinite and like procedurally generated. God, that'd be frustrating.
yeah, God.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? There's another title. Me and my friend tricked God into making us a chosen one, but if we take off this trench coat, the gig is up!
Oh yeah, I drew that one. I can't. I'll have to look it up. But I drew like a Vincent Adultman kind of guy for that.
Nice. Sorry. I formed a party with 2 sentient trucks, and now my muscles are moving strangely due to accidentally walking in on their mating ritual.
Oh, jeez.
My muscles, my muscles. Yeah, we've linked this in voice chat text if you want to see it.
Wait, I have Demon X not Machina in my Epic library? When did that happen?
Oh,
It was free
nice.
for a while there.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I completely forgot I claimed it.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, I think I missed the chance to claim Demon X Machina.
There are some games that are free right now. I forget.
There always is.
I
forget the
know
ones
it-
that are free right now.
Yeah, no,
Let's see. I'm in the store right now. Let's see. It's right now available for free. It's Amnesia Rebirth at Riverbond. What's Amnesia Rebirth? Is that a remake or is that a new game
It's-
series?
a new game
Or
and
is-
series. I think that one's set in like kind of the Mounds of Madness sort of deal,
Nice.
like the Cthulhu story, which
In the deep in the desert.
different one then.
Ah. Careful around
Everything-
explosions, kids.
Everything's coming up, Millhouse.
Don't be
You
careful
didn't die
around-
from that.
Only losers practice safety around explosives. Real cool kids stand as close as they can.
Hell yeah.
Cool kids stand next to unstable chemical barrels all day, every day.
I think that actually was a thing that happened in real world stuff recently.
Yeah.
Damn.
Great. I just now remember the 90s and just like, hey kids, don't mess around with oil rigs. And it's like, I remember being like 6 or something by the time like those PSAs were out, and I'm like, why would you chill around like an oil, not like the oil pumps or whatever?
In the abandoned mine.
Yeah. I mean, God, just the oil pump thing though, it's just like, it's just like you
Don't
go there
hide
and
in the
that's all
fridge.
that's
Don't
there.
play in the fridge, kids.
Don't
Unless
poke
it be
the
really funny.
computer. Don't pour gravy on the baby. What kind of idiot did I think I am? Yeah, God. We had some very strange PSAs over here in Britain, and some of them
Body
were like,
massage.
you know how the nightmare fuel things in TV tropes are almost always dumb as hell? Well, some of these
Yeah,
PSAs actually
it is a dumb as hell
belong.
sight.
Yeah, it is. We make fun of it a lot.
Damn, I got watchdogs on here.
Yeah. But there's some British PSAs that are genuinely like, oh yeah, this actually did scare a lot of kids, didn't it? Like the ghost of
You gotta scare the British little
Waters.
kids.
Where it's like
There's like
some
an
sexual
anti-drowning
booty.
PSA.
Yeah, that's the one, the drowning one I'm talking about. There's just this like really effective horror, despite being a PSA for children. Yeah.
There's like some guy hunting children who are drowning.
Yeah.
God.
Sensible children. No, I have no power over them.
I'll get you next time.
I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time.
I'll get you next time, Inspector Gotcha.
Inspector Gotcha.
Oh god, there probably is an Inspector
second.
Gadget gotcha.
God. No, it. Thank you for that. Now I can segue into. Remember the Tom and Jerry gotcha?
Oh god, the Tom and Jerry Gotcha.
That has like the maid mouse.
Yeah, that got weird really quick.
God.
There's a Tom and Jerry Gotcha. Don't play it.
Don't say it, don't think it.
It's some kind of Cognito
Poo
hazard.
man.
I
Go
love that.
ahead and laugh at his name.
Don't say
He
it,
won't be
don't-
laughing when he kills you.
I suppose I won't be laughing when he kills me. Oh.
Apparently it like ripped off Slenderman stuff.
To be fair, a lot of modern horror rips off Slenderman.
Yeah. God. I still love the fact that Slenderman's movement in, the first
Yeah,
scene of the
Slender.
game about him is based off of like that one
It's Watson from one of the Sherlock Holmes games. Because they didn't
Yeah.
actually model him ever moving, he just teleports whenever he's out of your sight.
yeah, and the rules for when he teleports or when he stays put seems like it's not obvious of like how far you had to get away, so it's just this weird horror of Watson just kind of choosing to exist around you when you least expect it.
And hence that being like how the Slenderman moves.
The Slenderman.
Slenderman.
John
Slender.
Slenderman.
I'm aware that I'm pronouncing Slenderman as Slender. I can say the Slender Man, but then like it feels too serious.
Slenderbone.
Ah yes, the Shrunkman.
This is the worst play
Slenderbomber.
ever.
Yeah. Like I see some things going, oh, it's der Grossman in German. It's like
Did,
that does technically mean the tall man, but it also implies like someone who's a lot bulkier than Slender.
Slenderman with muscles.
Oh fuck!
Yeah,
The way
ripped
you
Slender Man.
Ripper Man.
the shredded man.
You won't be laughing when he choke slams you.
See, the shredded man, like you could spin that into he was like torn apart by like industrial machines, and he's back as a vengeful ghost. That doesn't imply like a guy that's super ripped to me in that context.
That's
Wait.
how he catches you off guard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There
he fucking
actually
flexes.
is an Aztec god called the Flayed God.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but like that's
Like,
yeah.
I can see, like, the shredded man. They say he was
Shredded.
torn apart in a freak accident and wants revenge. But, like, also, the shredded man, he just, like, punches through your protective seals with his muscles.
Yeah, the Flayed God is like meant to like represent corn or maize.
Uh-huh.
Shredded
Yeah.
wheat.
But yeah,
really
it's
wheat, man.
I mean,
Ah,
the flayed god isn't like a horror creature though, but like God just naming. I really do like the idea of just naming some sort of horror creature the shredded man, and then he does just get you by like actually no, he's buff as hell, and he's going to crush his. He's gonna crush your head like a like soda can,
I wanted to
just
say
out
that
of
it's
through
one
force.
of the titular ghosts in... Was it 13 Ghosts?
I hope I.
Oh, I remember that movie.
Mm,
Yeah.
With the, like, glass house
Yeah.
and the clockwork stuff, which I went...
Yeah, I know
Like,
exactly what
it's
you're talking about.
genuinely a really cool design for a house, even if it's like, oh yeah, this would be an absolute terror to live in.
well, it's not meant for living in.
It's not meant to be lived in. It's an express elevated
Dying
hell with
in.
ghosts in the gas tank.
Huh,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's literally a
Should try-
trap for ghosts. And it's, like, conceptually really cool. Yeah, I should rewatch it someday.
Yeah, same. It's one of the few horror movies where I'm like, oh, I can actually watch this and not feel like a big scaredy cat or anything.
You should rewatch 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo.
You shouldn't.
Maybe,
Anyway. Yeah.
but yeah, God.
Just not that epilogue movie that came out recently. It was terrible, terrible.
There's an
Really?
epilogue
You're saying
for
that
13
it
Ghosts of
somehow
Scooby-Doo?
diminished the quality of 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo.
It's like terrible in many ways.
Yeah.
Like, what, do they go to an insane asylum?
No, it's a bunch of characters
It's just not a
acting
good
like
cartoon.
assholes for no reason and like
Oh,
being
yeah.
rewarded for it.
Yeah, I'll still get affected by that. It feels like a similar thing of like, secondhand embarrassment from a show where it's like,
And like
where it's really based on it and you're like, sometimes it's just like, oh, the absolute worst. But yeah, I totally get what you mean, where it's like,
and
oh,
like,
we don't know how to introduce drama. So just everyone sort of sucks.
And it's not like everyone is meant to suck. And like also like the ghosts weren't real after all, even though no. And also
You were just guys in
What?
masks.
I'm not
who
real?
stayed in the box
Oh,
for 13
no!
years. Oh
Oh,
no!
no.
George
Ah.
Loki.
Ah.
Oh no!
and also
Yeah.
and also how it treats like some of the characters from the original. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? I keep forgetting that the cultist sometimes use dynamite.
The green ones only use dynamite.
Ah. And you're at 1 health again.
There they are.
You're no
Making
longer at
no
1 health
Dynamite
again.
Club.
Okay, yeah. There's the last secret.
No. Oh, no. I'm thinking back of horror, and like I still have a manga of The Ring that I need raid. Because I remember reading a graphic novel of it like years ago, and like really enjoying it. Well, the first one. There was a second one, which was kind of weird. It like it did some weird stuff with like, oh, you're like the main character's mom is now a ghost, and it's like, what?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
hear that sequels to the Ring do some really stupid things.
yeah.
Yeah, the first one was real good, and yeah, like I really appreciate it. So probably I definitely need to read through that manga at some point. But which I know is different from the original novel in a lot of ways, or in some key ways. But yeah, brings a good story. Just trying to think of. No, I guess speaking of horror movies, there to get on track of some campier ones, I definitely need to watch like The Evil Dead and The Army of Dead or whatever.
Oh
Army of
yeah.
Darkness, yeah.
Army of
Evil Dead
Darkness.
2.
Honestly, you could skip right to Evil Dead 2 and not miss much.
Nice.
It's a weird sort of remake sequel because they
Yeah.
didn't have the rights to the first one, basically.
Yeah,
Oh,
So-
interesting.
effectively it's the same plot. It's like there's differences, but I believe Evil Dead 2 was the campier, sillier one. So
Slightly.
just
Nice.
Ah, fuck, they went in the water.
yeah, these dive and now they're unstoppable.
Not for
Ah.
long.
I can't believe that's a mechanic that if hit scan enemies dive in water, they suddenly become the most dangerous enemies in the game.
God,
How do
yeah.
you do that? Like, how do you design your games if that's a thing that happens?
Weird. Build engine is weird.
Yeah.
No, I guess speaking of game engine, like weird bugs, glitches, in Just Cause 4, you can put like you can zip around with your grappling hook and all that, but you can also like attach different like things like balloons or like different objects together, or like have a truck like like explosively get like slam into a wall or whatever. But for tanks, if you apply enough like balloons or whatever to a tank where it starts floating in the air, which can usually be a good way to get rid of things and enemies. It's just like send them to the sky, and then they drop and die. But tanks, for some reason, just became way more accurate if they start floating in the air. And it was always the weirdest thing. That it's just you make a tank airborne, it becomes unstoppable. And like,
Yeah.
I don't know why I mean, I can guess is that it had a better like sight lines on you from like up in the air or whatever.
Yeah, and then somehow
just-
they're able to, like, aim whilst airborne.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But-
Yeah.
They die in the water,
Um,
thankfully.
Hmm.
huh?
Because they don't have guns, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, water
Yeah.
is weird in this game.
Water is super weird in a lot of games, but especially this.
Eh,
Nice. Give them the jukes.
Thank goodness this game has jumping. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah. It's wild, like, playing Doom in the source port. Is that source port? Yeah. Like, where it has jumping enabled. And so you're able to, like, skip huge chunks of some levels just by, like, hopping over tiny barriers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you're clearly not intended to, and you couldn't in the original games, but, you know.
Yeah. Or crouch under projectiles.
Yeah. Like, in fairness to Doom, it gives you a lot of movement, like, ability that other games just don't. You are very fast. Like, Doom Guy is blindingly fast in the first two games compared to other FPS protagonists.
Yeah.
To the point that, like, that might be the defining thing of the Doom engine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
God, the only other game that I can think of where you move that damn fast is Kachakumen, which was a game developed by a Christian video game studio that actually had quite a bit of money put into it, but it's like very much a weird kind of like
Yeah.
Doom clone where you're fighting demons.
Was No, this probably isn't the one who lost the rights to Hellraiser halfway through making a game. God, was that a real thing? I'm trying to remember if that was, or if that was the April Fool's joke.
That was an April Fool's joke.
Yeah, because it's something that seems almost plausible given how much weirdness there is with like Christian games companies. Like Super Noah's Ark 3D being a Wolfenstein clone that's set on Noah's Ark, where you're putting animals to sleep with your guns.
With your slingshot and
Oh,
weird.
with your slingshot, yeah, and your catapult.
Yeah. Or just slapping them.
Yeah.
Also, the secret count is broken in this.
Yeah, that tends to happen in some uh, Blood episodes. It feels like
Yep.
where it's just the secret's broken.
James making excuses for not finding all the secrets. 5 monsters are still alive, you need to go back and kill them.
No, I'm in the next level.
Come on.
Also, I found more than all the secrets by the count.
Yeah. God. I remember, like, there's a Doom Megawad, I believe it was Mach 2?
Oh,
One of the
Mach 2.
levels in it, yeah. One of the levels in it had, like, the gimmick of a level was everything that you step on is a secret. So it just
Huh.
constantly had, like, the "you found a secret" message and noise, so it's filling up the screen and just overwriting anything else you could hear.
Yeah, Mach 2 is meant to, like, parody bad, maps.
Yeah. Actually, my favorite levels in Mach 2, one of them is, like, it's a fairly small map, but every individual tile of the map is an elevator. And when the map starts, all of them activate at once. And the like designer notes for the level are, "It took me 10 minutes to make this level, and it'll take you 4 hours to beat it." And it's like, yeah, I can understand that. But the actual best one is the low gravity, jumping enabled, only enemies are hundreds of cacodemons.
Huh.
It feels like a 3D Toho game. Like, it's not a well-made level, but it's extremely funny.
Yeah.
And doesn't outstay its welcome.
Doom guy going to
Yeah.
God. Oh, what the hell? Oh yeah, dynamite.
You know what, I'm just not gonna...
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about some games. You know, a lot of games made during this era. It's like, they were made when the expectation was like, oh, you have like quick saves and like can save at any time, right? So we'll like it's fine to
Yeah.
it's fine to play around and like be mean because like, well, you can just
This is what people
save.
buy these games for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like,
sorry, I just got distracted because Andy's posting about like the Big Hero 6 level in Kingdom Hearts 3 in our extended lore thing, and I'm like, man, did we talk about this on stream?
It's one of the
no,
better levels in that.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's just weird he's putting it in that channel. But yeah, it feels like older games just expected you to die and reload a lot, you know?
yeah,
Replaying levels was expected of older games. In fact, the older game reviews had replayability as a factor.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
I
some
always
games.
take that as replayability of the game as a whole, not I need to replay this level 10 times because I keep dying to the dumbest thing, like dumbest
Yeah.
RNG decisions.
Yeah. God, love game design. I know I do appreciate that we've gone better. Like humanity as a species has gone better with game design. I was just like, know what? What if things aren't so ass? And like, what if we put some checkpointing? And I think that was a good decision.
That being said, some people like no checkpoints.
Yeah, true. I mean, but I feel like nice.
What is he attacking? Oh, another zombie. Excuse you.
Did a zombie get stuck in the wall? Cause that
I don't think
zombie
so.
was axing at a like corner of like a wall or something.
Well, he's not anymore.
Yep. But oh yeah, I was gonna say like, yeah, I do wish some games would give let that be an option for checkpoint or whatever. Actually, just overall, I think I wish
What?
there was just more options for things. Sup? Did you get disconnected or something? Because I heard Discord make a reconnect sound or something, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Is it this room? No, it's not that room.
Yeah. God, I love how the blood streams are always us just ranting about video game design.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was about to ask if these zombies became giants, but then I just remembered that you can crouch in this game.
The lair of the giants.
Caleb
Oh, God.
in um,
Bug
the
faces.
Mario level. No, God. God. No, like I forgot the name of the Nintendo 64 or the Super Mario 64 level where it's like, God, there's giant enemies.
Tiny huge island.
Yeah, Caleb and Tiny Huge Island.
Picked up a tome. Does nothing. Except maybe that.
I love that your price is just a single cultist trying to shoot you.
Anyway.
That's the best prize.
Damn it.
Uh-huh.
God, this game.
I wish that the Tommy Gun's alt fire was slightly more useful because it looks cool. But it doesn't really do as much useful damage as just shooting it.
Yeah. Yeah, the animation is like you're swaying it side to side, right? Or something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Stuck.
Ah, found one of those Isekai covers that I drew.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. And this one, I didn't quite know how to get things to actually look decent in paint.net, I think is what I'm using now. So it looks a bit,
Looks a
it's
bit
fine.
shit.
Yeah. I did not do a great editing job on the colors.
No, I still love it though because you get the feeling across of the Demon Lord just isn't feeling it today, so we ordered pizza and watched a movie together.
Yeah. It's just, like, the guy sitting next to him is clearly just me, like, drawing the Sword Art Online guy. Because of course he's... yeah.
God, which I love that one of the emotes. I think we mentioned this before. We have mentioned this before.
Yeah.
That one of the emotes on the Izakai server is just like there's the Sword Art Online guy and then Sword Art Online guy as a girl, just called 6 months HRT, and it's like, of course, only one of those emotes is used ever.
Yeah, there's Kiruto, which is just like the Sword Art Online guy, and there's Kiruto 6 months HRT, which is from the arc where, oh well, it's not like I intended to make my player character a girl this time, but I'll stick playing as her anyway for plot reasons. Yeah, it's like, dude, we've all been there. Just put on the cat ears.
Where's the... There it is. Ah.
The cat ears.
Yeah.
God, I love that.
Honestly, like, the biggest, oh yeah, why didn't I see this before moment for me, like, after coming out as trans, was loading up Civ 4, like, looking at my old save files and realizing, oh, I've just been trying out girl names using this for the last 6 years.
Huh.
Like, every civilization had a leader that was just different names that I was trying out. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, sure, you accidentally logged in as like a cute girl player character in this MMO, which makes everything real. Sure. Yeah.
God,
We
great.
could probably
Now,
just take away the original Kirito emote at this point, because it's never used.
yeah. I mean, it is pretty funny of just having both,
Yeah.
but great. Now I'm just thinking about Ranma and just how many people have like trans girl or like gender fluid or like some sort of non-binary gender for like Ranma, just like oh no, I had to get a cure for this curse. Like Ranma, why do you like you just came back with a new like dress for a disguise? Look, I'm very desperately trying to find a cure for this. Don't worry, but it's funny because I can see like how that came about without trying to make it seem like that. I was just like, oh, the whole gag of the series is like, Rama turns to a girl sometimes, and it's just like, well, but like how, and like wacky shenanigans happen, but then it just ends up with like Rama just doesn't like seem to care. Like sometimes, like yeah, sure, whatever. Like I still think about that one bikini that has a boy on it.
Oh, and
And
the
just
art
like, yeah.
of ramen coming out of an egg. At least some of
The
them
In a
ever-
pink and blue dress.
Pink and blue, coming out of an egg.
God,
It's the same.
yeah, yeah. The most amazing thing though is just like the trans pride flag came out a few years after, like some years after that. So it's just purely coincidental, but like the symbolism's still there. The light blue, like, and pink. Like what those could represent, especially for Ranma, who switches between like male form and female form, then like the egg, and also the incredibly frilly dress, and it's like, just the most cis picture of Ranma that ever exists, right here. But everything's just coincidental. Like, how? Which I think I remember Holly posting that picture, and it's like I want to get into like a travel like time travel machine, go back and like, I was like, okay, who working on the anime made this? Which one of y'all is trans? Like, I want some answer because it's like got that, and then the
I'm gonna we actually step out. It's been fun hanging out, but all right, it's been
Oh,
cool.
sure.
Yeah.
Pop in again if you like some other time.
Sure.
Yeah.
I might.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Have a nice day.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
You didn't see that embarrassing incident.
Yes, James, we all saw it. In fact, we are clipping it as you speak.
Are you actually clipping it though?
No, I'm not.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, you were probably gonna say to run my episode where it's like,
Ain't I pretty?
yeah.
Yeah, that's the one where it's like, huh?
I actually watched that episode, like. Sorry, it's hard to talk about this whilst James keeps blowing herself up. Yeah, I actually watched that, like, fairly recently to see if it actually was like, and it's, oh, this is actually kind of uncomfortable to watch because it's like, oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, unfortunately, it's like, oh, what if basically it's that what if Roman's trans and people around her don't get it or unsupportive, and it's like, oh,
And I can see why, like, fics which do go for trans ranma don't tend to take that tack with it because it'd be really uncomfortable to read.
yeah.
King Koopa, it's the Super Mario Brothers. Says Pokey.
God. You know, I keep hopping on these streams like, oh boy, I can't wait to have a good time, which I do have a great time. Just sometimes I forget, like, oh yeah, my sore is kind of like my throat is kind of like.
You can say, like, you're
So-
sore. That's like, dude, are you okay? Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
I
open
mean-
sores are bleeding again.
oh no.
My clowns
God.
are about to lay their eggs.
Yeah.
Horrifying sentences to hear. Well, like, someone discusses their eczema.
What?
I suffer from eczema sometimes, and like when it gets really bad, my hands like start like the skin on like parts of my hand start like cracking a lot, which sucks because the only like thing like I basically have to wash my hands often, to stop like any sort of bacteria or whatever, like to keep my hands clean, and I also have to make sure they're moisturized a lot. So it's like, and it's a bad time. Usually, thankfully now I'm not suffering from it that badly, but just one time I was thinking about that while watching like Pank stream State of Decay. I was just like, man, like eczema already sucks. There's like different kinds that suck even more than others. But like that kind of like like, oh, you had to be careful of like wounds and stuff because of zombie infection. But it's like you have a condition where your skin just sort of does that more if it's not moisturized enough, and then you're desperate in the zombie apocalypse looking for hand moisturizer. Yeah, just like hearing like oh man, my eczema's bad, and then hearing the clowns are preparing to lay their eggs would be the most horrifying thing ever.
Yeah. Zombie clowns.
Zombie clowns that lay eggs in your womb.
You know, I haven't. Like, I've seen Zombieland, not Zombieland Saga, the movie, and that does have zombie clowns in it. As like one of the survivors has like a fear of encountering a zombie clown because it's kind of a silly movie at points.
Oh yeah,
I've
definitely.
yet to see the sequel, and I've no idea if it's any good.
Apparently not.
Yeah,
That sucks. The first one was pretty funny.
yeah, I enjoyed the first one, and I was like, no, that's a pretty fun movie. I felt like, oh, that that covers it, and then, many years down the line, I find out like, oh, there's a Zombieland 2 that came out, but
Well,
years ago that I didn't hear anyone talk about, and it's like, you know what? I would probably continue not watching it.
when I first heard, oh, Zombieland Saga is great, I'm like, they made a series of Zombieland? Zombieland Saga is good though, so genuinely watch it. It's just not the same thing. Yeah. I really should watch more horror movies. Unfortunately, I feel like I want to watch them with other people, but lining up for streams never works out. So then I'm just watching like horrifying, gory horror movies by myself.
Oh, like
It's like,
actually
people probably
watched-
would think this is weird.
I actually watched 3 horror movies with friends.
Nice.
One was The Stuff, one was Phantasm, and the other was Troll 2.
Oh, what a killer triple bill.
Phantasm was pretty good.
Phantasm is genuinely pretty good.
Very atmospheric.
I've
It's in a
never.
very different style to like. I've not seen this stuff, but I'm aware that it's, well, a bit wackier, really. And Troll 2 is. It's Troll 2. There's no other words for it.
The Stuff
They're
is
eating her, and they're going to eat me. Oh my god.
The
Yeah.
Stuff is very much a satire.
Yeah, it's a satire of like American capitalism, in that they find this infinitely reproducing like this monster fluid thing that has a mind of its own and go, well, it tastes pretty good. Can we sell it to people?
Yeah,
Then
God.
there appears to be a Hitman 2.
Yeah, you were talking about horror movies. I didn't want to interrupt, so I just thought to put it in the chat. Because it's like, oh, if I don't say this now, I'm going to forget about it.
No, it's. At last, I am Hitman Free.
The 3 aspects of 47 recombined together to make Hitman 3.
I was
Oh my
watching like
God,
Hitman
just remembered.
Free as an FREE, and it's like you are free of being a hitman or being
Oh.
a hitman. It's like ambiguous.
Nice.
Hitman
Love it.
dash free. 47. You have several new Hitman contracts.
I just remembered. Well, I'm putting in the chat.
That's why we've given you a new Hitman code name, 47. It's a shame both of the Hitman movies are like terrible.
Yeah. I vaguely remember watching the first one as like a younger teen or something, and be like, it's alright. I know,
Yeah,
like,
they're
they.
absolutely forgettable action movies,
Yeah.
which is
Ah,
the one
crap!
thing Hitman W. God, you opened a teen chat, didn't you?
Yes.
W's in the chat. God. But. I got distracted. Oh. But, yeah, the Hitman. The Hitman movies like the first one was like pretty forgettable, and the whole thing was just like, oh, he's a clone, of like Perfect Soldier, or whatever, and that was kind of it, the big mystery of it, which yeah,
Yeah, I saw Metal Gear Solid.
God,
Yeah.
yeah, God,
Very
Metal Gear Solid is so wild. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they actually have actors for the 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 Metal Gear Solid movie, which I don't know how like that would go as a movie, or I guess like
Oh,
how much are they going to cover? I know they have Oscar Isaac as Solid Snake, which no, yeah,
no, you can do
that
worse.
sounds like a good choice. Yeah, I mean, I think he could probably pull off a pretty good job, or a pretty decent job. I don't know if he can. I I doubt the movie, the movie writers would be gun ho for Metal Gear, which my Solid Snake
Yeah.
voice is awful, but like,
Huh, Metal
yeah.
Gear.
Hopefully they watched a bunch of other. Why is that guy invincible?
He has ascended.
Colonel, it looks like they have some kind of Metal Gear too.
Guns of the Patriots. Oh my
going
god!
to-
Colonel, it looks like they have some kind of Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots. It
Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
work as well
4.
game stuff, kind of. Yeah.
What was Guns of the
Guns of the Patriots.
Yeah. That was the fourth one. God, Metal Gear Solid. I both love the series, but also just
It's very cinematic, but in a way that also makes it like genuinely a movie of it is going to be so weird to watch.
oh yeah. Also,
Like you could absolutely cut it down to a movie, but it would feel a bit weird. Because these are like 40-hour games minimum.
yeah, I feel like you'd want
40
like,
hours?
well, I mean, yeah, well, if you're playing it casually and you like don't know everything
Yeah,
you're
it,
renting
like-
out, then yeah,
I'm exaggerating a bit.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
maybe
like-
5 is 40 hours.
5.
MGS 5.
Oh, MGS5. MGS5 could take a while, especially with like if you're trying to like actually do the upgrades for things, expanding your base, especially since things take like real world time to advance. Like, oh, you got to for this upgrade to install, it takes 24 hours. It's not talking about in-game time, and it's like okay, because you can get resources and like there's this whole thing that
Snake,
I'm-
you're going to need to generate energy in order to build this. It will either take 24 hours or 5 crystals purchasable for a small
They
fee
actually
from our
did-
store.
They actually
They-
did that.
Yeah.
like they basically
Is
they
there
had.
Metal Gear gacha?
You would think.
No, they, like...
Because it feels like you could easily shove it in that gacha format.
Uh, there was
God.
that, Actually, there kind of was. It's like a
No?
gotcha card game. I forget what it was called, but,
No.
Metal Gear Acid was not a gacha.
No, not
Yeah,
that. There
I
was
know, it's-
another
you're
one.
Was it a
confusing.
Konami?
Yeah, Konami.
Just Konami overall? Because I could believe that having like some sort of gotcha. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid's weird. They're 5 specifically, like basically towards the end of the development, they'll go, "Hey, we want to add microtransactions," and so they had to build a system to utilize it. I mean, a lot of things you don't really need to, like, you don't need to do like spend money on those to like get those resources. You can get them in game, but it's like, oh, if you spend the money, you get them a lot sooner or whatever. That sort of deal. But yeah, it's just weird. Of just like, oh, I want to expand Mother Base, and it's like, oh, that's gonna take like 12 hours. That's gonna take like 2 hours real world
And it's going
time.
to
Like,
cost you
well,
20 gems.
20 gems and so much of minerals
Oh yeah,
and carrots.
And
and
there's
the
4
coin
different types of currency or
and the
something.
currency decays after a while.
Wait,
Just like
does it
real
in Empties
money, it
5?
just
Yeah,
rots.
I
Yeah.
forgot about. I know that.
In-game
Thankfully,
money subject to inflation.
God. I was about to say, I know that, like, first, just starting up the game, like, you get, like, a login bonus sort of deal that would give you, like, some extra resources or whatever, but it's such a weird thing.
which honestly, it's kind of sad because Metal Gear Solid 5 is a pretty good immersive sim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, especially, like, the levels, that some of the bigger forts are very much like, um, Hitman levels. I know originally they were, like, inspired, the original like design for levels was like really inspired by Hitman, so that you'd go to like some bases that were like fairly big but had a lot going on that you'd revisit compared to like the end product where it's like here's some bigger open world segments with some areas that you revisit but aren't as detailed as they originally wanted. But like it still works, and like the gameplay is fun. That said, there's some oh boy, there's some story things that I really don't like, especially
Oh hey, Shark Man.
yeah. Oh nice, love these weird shark guys.
Awesome.
Okay, so that over there, wait, so that over there is like a power up that was in the beta but was taken out, sort of. I say sort of because it was put into one of the levels as like to look spooky in like one of the windows.
Oh, that's cute.
Uh-huh.
So this is just Shadow Cloak. It does nothing.
Yeah.
It's not
Hey,
even
this
Nothing.
really
room was
inventory.
never meant to be placed as a real item.
Yeah, the
That's
expansion.
funny.
Yeah, the expansion is kind of does that a few times.
Yeah. This is very funny. They put the item there and does nothing. Uh,
I guess they
in
thought it was the invisibility cloak.
Yeah, they probably did, because like I can understand putting that down and just going, oh yeah, this is the same as the other thing, isn't it?
Because
Because it looks vaguely similar.
there is another item they put in that does work.
Yeah. It feels that isn't intentional. Now, it's in one of the other chats that I'm in, specifically the Jim Plays Games chat, like, I was talking about retro, like, RPG gaming with someone there, and like the topic turned to Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. And
It's
that's
a
a
good game.
game where, yeah, it's a good game in a lot of ways, even though it has a lot of weird quirks to it, just because it's an entry level RPG, and so it has some very odd design decisions. One of which is there are 4 like items in the game that you like can consume. They're like there's HP restore, MP restore, a revive, and there's something called a refresher, which is meant to be, oh, it restores your stats if those are drained. Do you know how many enemies in the game drain your stats?
None.
0.
2.
Oh,
In the entire game, there's like 2 enemies and they're reskins of each other. You will never use the refresher.
huh.
And it's very funny that you can just end the game with
Oh,
99 of them and go, huh, I wonder why I had to collect these.
so in Final Fantasy 1, actually, there's something similar. The
Yeah.
Cure Mute status spell. No enemies use
Yeah.
mute.
Yeah. It's just very funny that like their own it's very like cut back in its inventory management. There's only 4 types of consumables and one is functionally worthless. The other three, not so much. You're going to be like churning through those, and you'll have 99 refreshers and go, what are these for?
God.
Because you'll get some minor debuff to your attack, and you'll go, so? And you'll just one-hit them anyway. Because these aren't like boss enemies that debuff you, these are just like a couple of random enemies midway through the game, and that's it.
Huh.
Yeah. I mean, Mystic Quest is also a game where it's possible for you to die in the like opening tutorial
Oh
battle
God.
due
I've
to
had that.
RNG alone, having made no decisions about the game.
The thing is, I've had that happen to me like
Yeah.
twice.
Yeah, if you've played the game more than once, odds are you've seen this happen. And it's very funny that that battle is not scripted at all. This enemy can and will kill you, and you have no recourse because you cannot change.
So that's
You
the
cannot.
medicine pouch.
Oh, okay.
It was their original idea for the healing item, but it does still work.
Yeah.
Heals 50
Instead, just collect hearts. It's a piece of true cross.
in loving memory.
Yeah.
Not.
In a loving memory of the cross.
Anyway, you
Yeah.
continue.
I miss the quests. Like, I love it when you can die in a tutorial. Or I'm partially joking about that. It is funny. It is actually funny sometimes when you do die in the tutorial, and you're like, oh, but like just dying out of pure RNG is buck wild.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate has a not quite as bad thing, but in the
Yeah.
in the opening sequence, like your father figure is killed off in mysterious circumstances by like an armored figure, and it's like, it kicks off the whole plot. Sure, except that battle, despite being scripted, runs under D&D rules, and it's entirely possible for him to just not die. Like, he can have enough hit points to survive past the point he's meant to, and the game just force kills him anyway because he kind of has to die for the plot to make sense.
There's
God.
also
It's just a rare bug that you go, you know what, no one's going to see this, who cares? And they just have him die, even though statistically he's still alive.
there's also the tutorial area. Candlekeep.
Yeah.
There's like two guys trying to kill you. You can die to them.
I know too. You absolutely can be killed by the assassins there. If you're a mage, you probably will be.
Yep.
Just because they can probably kill you in one hit.
Yep.
Not out of being particularly strong, but because a mage has at most 4 hit points.
God, that's such a bizarre thing to me about like 3.5, and like earlier D&D. Like, oh yeah, sorcerers get, and yeah, like, oh, they only get like 4 hit points. And it's like, well, I think also plus your Constitution modifier, but like for a wizard,
Oh,
no, yeah.
In Baldur's Gate, that's 2nd edition, so you don't get
Oh,
your Constitution modifier, I believe.
No, you
oh
do.
wow, that's
Oh,
oh,
okay.
okay.
I thought
But
you
yeah,
did level 1, but maybe I'm mistaken.
I think probably is, a lot of times like, oh, wizard, I'm gonna, max out other things than Constitution, hope for the best. Like, yeah, no, it's always a weird thing. Like, oh, you have 4 hit points, and it's like, God, which I know people who play D&D who run it, who like, oh, I like always run it at characters start at 3rd level because everyone feels so squishy and vulnerable at like level 1. They don't want to really do anything. They're afraid to get in a fight with like a gerblin or whatever. And it's like, yeah, it's a weird thing of like, if you only have so much health, then you don't really want to get into trouble or danger. But like, that's part of playing the game. But if you feel too afraid to do it, then well, I don't know. I guess the idea is just shrug. Like you'll find a way to handle it. I mean, technically, by design, the way to handle it is have people with more health stand in front of you, I guess, and just take the damage for you with their 9 hit points. Or, like, whatever.
He killed himself. Whoa, boy.
Look! God, I was actually thinking before the stream a few hours ago of, like, you know what? I should try not to talk about it. Like, try to talk about other games in D&D. But then again, we can. It's always, there's a lot to talk about for
It's
D&D.
always moral to talk about D&D in negative terms.
Yep. You know what? I was also thinking about like one game that's like no, one game I can kind of suggest if you want to play like something like D&D is like Pathfinder 2e does a lot of cool things in my opinion.
Yeah.
And like I could no, yeah, I could recommend it, but one thing though that bewilders me is that in like 3rd edition or whatever, if you have like prepared spells, you're like, okay, I'm gonna cast, have these spells at the ready to be able to cast later, and like you can cast them at different, like using different spell slots or whatever. In Pathfinder 2 point, like in 2nd edition of Pathfinder, it's like for every spell slot you have to, like if you're a prepared spellcaster, you have to prepare each spell slot with a specific spell. And I'm like, that's the this sounds like too much. This sounds almost like an overreaction, but that almost sounds deranged. Like, what? That sounds bewildering. That's like one of the things I don't like playing. Now I'm like, oh, anytime I ever play D&D, it's like, oh, what kind of caster do I want to play? If I want, want to do some caster stuff, and it's like, I rather just have spawn this spell. Just have my spell list. I can cast any one of them, however I like, whatever.
I mean, in D&D, the distinction is sorcerers can do that, but theoretically are meant to have less spell slots, and that's a trade-off. It doesn't always work out that way, because usually, usually one side of it gets a much better deal out of that. But I
Yeah.
understand why in Pathfinder they're saying, no, you actually have to write down what your prepared spells are.
I mean,
It
in
feels like maybe the solution is a mix of the two, but I don't really know how you do that.
I mean, in
Like,
5th edition
some
D.
spells you have to prepare, but some you can get away with going, oh yeah, my mage just knows this.
Well, I mean, like clerics kind of do that. I think in Pathfinder 2e, it's like they
Yeah,
get a few casting
healing
of like healing
spells.
spells. Yeah.
The bullets are just following the momentum of the boats.
Yep.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say in 5th edition D&D, it's like you pick you prepare some spells, but you don't that's usually based on your stats or whatever, and your class for like spellcasters that do it like this. But you don't pick out for each individual level. You just like, okay, here's my list of spells I want to have prepared, and you can you don't have to cast cast each and every one of them, or like at specific levels. It's just like, okay, I want to have fireball, some feather falling, some like web, like I want some weird
Oh, I see what you mean.
debuff and stuff.
You
Yeah,
don't have to go, oh, I've memorized this one with this amount of meta magic things applied to it. It's like, okay, I've memorized Fireball, so in this situation, since I need to cast like a maximized Fireball, I'm good to do that too.
yeah.
Which is slightly different. Like, I was wondering what you were even saying the problem was until you said.
Yeah, cause like I'm used to that. Like, then again, I don't
I'm
really
used
play
to
those guys.
you have to write down every one that you've memorized.
Oh,
Like,
then again, that would make
It's-
sense for Pathfinder.
yeah.
because Pathfinder was basic, kind of a side
That's how it was in
grade
second edition D&D, so
for
that's how I learned it.
for like
Third
oh
edition,
yeah
technically.
Pathfinder came out of like third edition D&D or
Yeah.
3.5 whatever the difference actually is, right? So it's like it does borrow some of the older that kind of design traditions. And so it's just kind of fun. It's just kind of funny though seeing that good like for the first time and just being like that's bonkers because I'm just used to like saying like oh you had to pick which ones and like anytime I played a caster I'm just like no I just rather have my whole list I can pick from. Like, cause like I don't know. Like, I mean, some things make sense. Like, no, fireball's always good for combat.
I'm scared to
Water.
use fireball in Baldur's Gate because my guys just keep running up to the enemies and like.
Oh.
I would blow.
Ah,
I
I,
would blowing them up.
I know that there are mods that add like the circles that highlight where a spell will actually damage, but I don't remember if that was like an is it expanded edition, extended edition, something like that, enhanced. That was it. Yeah. I don't remember if that was actually a stock game option for that, or if it was added by like a mod.
Speaking of,
This is
apparently,
popular.
apparently, the extended edition people wanted to have like a character mod that expanded the characters,
Uh-huh.
but they couldn't get in contact with the person who made it.
no.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Is that the one that adds like incidental dialogue to it?
I think.
Probably. 'Cause that was a big community mod at one point, I think, which is why the writing quality is wildly variable. Some of them are garbage. Most of them are pretty okay, though.
Nice.
Like, they add a lot of depth to characters who are, very one note in the original game. Yeah. Like, on the whole, it was like a good mod, if I recall. Yeah.
Yeah. Neat. But yeah, just huh.
It's like, oh,
Sorry, I'm just. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I'm still good to know that that was like a 2E sort of thing. Just like every specific spell slot needs to be assigned a spell. Cause I was just like,
Yeah,
oh,
because I was
cause I was like,
going, why wouldn't it need to be like that? And then I was like, oh yeah, game design has moved on since I played.
oh, yeah. So I was like, why? Like, they did, in Pathfinder 2E, some of the key things they did is, instead of like, oh, you have your standard action, then like a minor or bonus or whatever edition calls it, and then a move action, right? And they all take up different, like, you can't use, they all use different, or you can do different things with each, but it's not always the same. They decided to be like, okay, you have 3 actions per turn, and maybe occasionally through some like special thing, every once in a while you'll get like another action, but like the vast majority of the time you have those 3 actions, and like various things can like use up more actions. So you can have like 2 moves and an attack, or like other things like that. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's pretty neat. And then it's like, oh, also we got rid of measuring everything in pounds because no one cares. Which they're like, no, I'm glad they caught up with the times. Which, to be
Yeah.
fair, in the '70s, people didn't care for that, and like RuneQuest was like, yo, this sucks, and like,
Yeah,
and,
improvements in general has fallen by the wayside in a lot of more modern RPGs, but like just because it's tedious micromanagement most of the time. There are times when it leads to great stories. It's like, oh, how are we gonna get this like millions of gold coins out of here or something just from sheer weight?
It's
But
about
most
letting
of the
go.
time, yeah, it's about letting go.
No.
You put them all in a bin and you carry the bin out with you.
Yeah,
And then later
but
on, people went, actually, you can shove them in a corpse and carry the head out with you.
God, that's horrifying.
And there's
Yeah,
someone willing to be a corpse nearby.
yeah.
But yeah, I
Um,
mean,
the,
oh yeah,
no, sorry, what I was actually saying was even putting aside, like, just dropping encumbrance entirely or having a different system for it, use kilograms instead of pounds.
oh yeah,
Kilograms.
Kill.
God. But yeah, yeah, it's like
Unalive
there
gram.
on the kilograms on Twitter, um, or whatever. But yeah, yeah, no, it's like Pathfinder's like, oh, okay, we have a different encumbrance system where it's based on several things, and we can kind of abstract that so that you're not like imagining, you're not like D&D 5e where it's like they expect you to care about every 4 ounces of
Yeah,
arrow that you
buddy, I
shoot.
couldn't even tell you what 1 ounce is.
Yeah, and it's so it's like, okay, we're doing this way, and like, cool, 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 and like
Is this even
magic has different
working?
sources. I think it is. It's like you see blood every once in a while.
Yeah, this is hard to see.
Yeah, it's
God,
hard to tell.
Yeah.
but
That's
but
the raptor cage from Jurassic Park.
ooh. Oh, neat. I didn't get that at first,
Yeah.
but yeah, oh yeah, Pathfinder 2e. Magic has different sources. There's like occult, arcane, like natural or primal or whatever, and then like divine, and like those like different spells tend to be grouped up in the different like categories of magic, and like, oh cool, actually expanding magic in different ways. I'm like, cool, cool, cool. It does a lot of cool things. So like, yeah, that's a pretty neat alternative to D&D. And also they have a focus setting of like they have basically the one setting that they're, more focused on too. Like, so like, yeah, that's like the only one thing that I just found weird is just like having to select each like spell slot for a spell if you're a prepared caster. But like, I guess that's not the worst, and is a pretty traditional deal, or traditional thing to deal with. Also, the audio is being a bit weird for the game.
Is
I'm
it?
guessing that just may be the game itself,
No, it's been
or
working fine for me. Oh, I picked up the medicine pouch.
then may just be my connection to the stream. Maybe it has like a sort of warbly effect.
Huh. Yeah, not hearing that.
Okay, I guess it's fine. Oh wait, it got better.
Ah, yeah.
Okay.
Is this better?
Okay.
Oh, Shark Boy.
Shriek
Well,
Boy and
where's-
Lever Girl.
Yeah.
Why do you tolerate me? I say stupid bullshit all the time.
We also say stupid
Yeah,
bullshit
to be
though.
fair, that's like the entire point of the streams us saying stuff.
Yeah, just hanging out,
Yeah.
shooting the breeze.
But I think I might pull off and get something else to drink.
Yeah.
I was gonna pick up a can of soda before the stream started and went, oh, wait, I just drank 2 of them earlier today. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, I shouldn't even be drinking more than one. Like, I can, I just shouldn't.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's fair. I know I tend to drink quite a bit of soda at times,
Soda.
but soda.
Sody pop.
Soda, fountain drink, carbonated beverage, pop. Just calling it a a a, a Coke or a
Yeah.
Sprite.
Pilk, which is Pepsi combined with milk. Do not
Lean.
drink.
Neko
That's
Arc.
something different.
It does involve soda.
Yeah, no, not in the same way, and not in a way that I really want to talk about. God, people were just like making jokes about it and not even knowing what it was. And it's just like, you probably shouldn't be doing that.
Oh, making jokes. Oh, what about Lane?
Yeah.
God, yeah, no, that was so weird. It's just like people decide. I guess some
Oh, we just
people
thought
who
it was a
just.
funny made-up word, and it's like, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just remembering a Tumblr post of like someone, like editing like Shibby and like the Doge or whatever is like, oh, like, now what, now I should take some cough medicine. Like, huh? That really, it tastes kind of bad. Let me drink some Sprite to like, pour, to wash it down, and then they're like laying on the floor, and just someone replying I'm absolutely in love with the idea that it's the Sprite that has the effect. Right? The implication that
Drink some soda that immediately takes effect.
God.
Quantum supercomputer in pill form activated by drinking Mountain Dew. Yeah. Not even gonna start explaining that one.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Like, if you don't want to start explaining it, then yeah.
It's
Just
from
without.
it's from a musical.
Oh, okay.
It's one that I only came across because like I was seeing songs from it used in AMVs, and I've never heard of this, and it's like, oh well, everyone who's a theatre kid between the years 2015 and 2017 has heard of it. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's why I don't know what you're talking about.
God.
Burdinated.
No, that talking theater kids reminds me of I haven't really seen. Actually, I just haven't seen Beastars or read it. But
Yeah,
my
I
favorite fan
haven't.
comic is just like like someone's like, what if this guy actually acts like a theater kid, and just like the deer boy asking the wolf like oh, of course you've seen like Hamilton, like, oh, I've never seen Hamilton. It just makes this like face like, you never seen Hamilton? Like, you've seen Rent, right? Like, no, like you haven't seen Rent,
He
and it's
hasn't
just like,
seen Rent.
seen Rent.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, that's my experience,
Yeah.
especially online, of just like people like,
I know
oh,
some
of course you've
songs from
seen
Hamilton,
this.
but like out of context, because I don't get to go to theaters much.
No one does
And
anymore.
even when I was purposefully trying to make an attempt to that, I only really got to see one musical. That was Little Shop of Horrors, which admittedly was very good.
Nice.
Yeah. No,
But
this is why I got super distracted earlier on from like doing actual like vaguely productive adult stuff.
Shit.
Like, and instead wrote thousands of words of fan fiction whilst watching animatics of the musical I was talking about, which is called Be More Chill, which is actually pretty good so far. Like, since it's a musical, there's no like official version of it available, so I'm having to watch people's own animated versions of all the songs.
Oh shit, they went through that much effort?
Yeah. I mean, there's
Nice.
that for Hamilton and stuff like that. It's just like funny to see like 5 or 6 different animators making the different parts of it and someone stitching them together in a playlist.
Nice.
Oh,
I've not
nice.
actually watched a whole Hamilton one because I just don't have that much patience for Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Same.
Yeah,
Man.
but I'm like aware that people have stitched together the entire musical from those. Like, for example, I feel if Harry Potter and the Cursed Child was a musical, someone would have done that regardless of quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, there's this game
It's...
I want to do a stream of, but the creator is kind of an idiot.
Yeah. What game is it then?
Omori.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, I know why you'd not want. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, on that
Like, the
list.
secret's 4 out of 1.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Love it.
Because I've seen a
God.
Let's Play of it, and like,
Yeah.
wow, it really does delve pretty well into like trauma and how people act about it and stuff. But also, the creator has done some bad things.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. No, I think I mentioned before of like, oh, no, what? I grew up loving the Crash games. It'd be great to stream them. And like, oh, what'd be the easiest way for me to stream them since my computer isn't the best? And they're like, oh, wait, that'd be buying the bundle owned by Activision. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
There are other ways to stream them.
Well, yeah, just again, my computer
Yeah.
isn't the best. Then I wonder if my laptop. Well, I mean, my laptop could probably handle, emulate like PS1
My
games.
laptop could probably
Yeah.
handle a torrent.
It's a skull.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. I've got like a netbook that I picked up for cheap ages ago, and I've never really gotten around to doing anything with it. Because it's like it's going, oh, I can
Oh,
use this
bad
to, like,
anime is dead.
uh-huh.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
Celebrate good times. Come on, I will.
That was a great part. But yeah, I almost wish this was postal so I can piss on it.
Yeah. On the other hand, like, don't stream postal.
I hear 4 is not as bad as the others.
I mean, I can kind of believe that the developer, like, like I know the first one, like, there's like, oh, there's stereotypical, like, Indian, like, convenience store clerk or whatever,
Well,
and like I
that's
think,
2. First one
oh, that's true.
wasn't meant to be a comedy. It was kind of horror-ish.
Yeah,
Kind
Oh.
of.
it's been called a serial killer simulator, and
Oh.
it gets progressively more like incoherent and nightmarish as it goes on, until the final level is like the game telling you to like purge the hive or something like weird and strange like that, and it loads you up and puts you in a playground full of children with all of your guns.
Christ.
But that might be a hallucination since you can't hit them or anything.
Yeah, it is like played up that your character is going progressively more insane between levels just from murdering so many people. But on the other hand, like, the rest of the games in the series don't really bear that out as being like the
Not even,
point of it.
not even the Redux version.
Yeah, because like people talk about asshole physics in games. Like, Postal is that as a game, but for all of the mechanics. James, you can't blow up the kill like Hillgrave.
I know, but it's symbolic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Don't learn to mod just to destroy that.
I will.
Well, if you
You
do,
can't
then you
stop me.
know.
I mean, put
Well, I
some other
probably
things in if
won't.
you're gonna learn to mod.
I really feel like I should actually get into modding some game, but I just can never decide what to start on, and that means I never have enough focus to do anything.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of want. A friend at one point said, "Oh, I'm going to make a translation of this 3DS game that was never released in English," and I'm like, "Oh, like a patch to add the dialogue in." And then got lost in the rabbit hole of trying to figure out how we could actually make that kind of patch. And there's no guides to it. It's only, oh, here's software for hacking specific games that were released in 3DS. Here's one for opening up Pokemon games. It's like, I don't want this. I want this game that has never been released anywhere else. And it's
Yeah,
like, oh, I'm probably
Jesus.
gonna have to do this from scratch.
Yeah. Goodness.
And there's no guides on how to do that because it jumps from the very basic. Okay, now here's a step-by-step guide of inserting the cartridge and loading the program and then extracting it, and just step-by-step, complete idiot's guide to extracting ROMs, which I already have, or ones which are, oh, of course, you already know how to hack and change dialogue in games. Like, no, I don't. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Specifically, it's one of the buddy fight games,
Which one?
and uh, there were a couple of them on the 3DS. It would not mean a thing to you if I told you what the title of the game was.
Try me.
Yeah. It's just that it has a different take on the storyline from the show. And so it's like, okay, that's an interesting thing to have for comparison purposes. Yeah. Except, of course, again, cannot find any actual useful guide to doing that.
Yeah.
It's like, if I could see, if I could get a text dump of the game, that alone would cut out 90% of the work. Because I could just hand that over to people I know who know Japanese, and they could help me translate it, and I could put it back in. You know?
Ah, blew up
Yeah.
his dynamite when he was throwing it.
Yeah. Except I don't know how to get a text dump out of a 3DS game, and
Ah,
people
come on.
don't seem interested in doing that for anything other than here's how to get one from a Pokemon game. No information for anything else. I
Yeah.
know that there are different file formats, there's just no indication of how to do it. And it feels like the kind of thing that's probably squirreled away in someone's Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Use a
God.
fucking website.
Use a
The fuck?
forum.
Yeah.
Use
Like.
something we can search. And I know
Yeah.
Nintendo actually have shut down forums that have had
Yeah.
things like that, which sucks because this is a game they are making no money from. At least, definitely not in English-speaking locations because they've never released it here. If there
Yeah.
was even an American version of it, I'd be paying over the odds just to get this game. Yeah.
Yeah. God.
The
I
thing
guess
is,
no.
oh, okay.
I was gonna say a stream reminder that fuck Nintendo.
Yeah.
The fact
fuck
that they do so
And
much
of
to
course,
stop
I used to
people.
say that.
And like some recent news, they aren't very good employers.
In fairness, who is at this point?
None. That's why we gotta overthrow corporations.
That's why we need to destroy capitalism. Honestly, I'm glad our mutual friend Pyro is getting into politics explicitly as like
Whoops, didn't mean
very
to do that. But
anti-capitalist.
it worked out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
destroying a rat with a plasma gun.
yeah,
Napalm
But yeah,
launcher.
Pyro.
yeah.
Yeah,
Him.
good for
I don't
good
think
for
I
him.
could do it because yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But Godspeed, and I hope they never find out about his Twitter or like any of his socials or whatever. Just let him be. Well, let him be sub. You know.
Let him be so.
Oh, you know, it's like the public don't need to know about him being like a furry or whatever. Or, like, unless he like wants to put that out there, which I doubt it. God.
I mean, compared to things that I know about, like actual people who are in UK
Yeah.
politics, like scandals, they just went, oh well, that shouldn't cause me to have to step down. And they're always like
God.
absolutely insane, evil things, and it's like, oh well, that's not a problem for me because I'm from a rich family.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems
Yeah.
like politics is just about having money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's about
And you
having
know,
money and being from a family that has money, and also having money.
yeah.
Yeah.
I guess being
Very low.
being a furry is a very low priority of all those things. But yeah.
Yeah.
Suspiciously wealthy furry runs for president.
Just like in Shadowrun, Dunkel. God. Shadow. Oh, Shadowrun. The setting I hate to hate. Because it has so much cool things I do and thoroughly enjoy about it. But also, oh boy, the racism and the stereotypes and having all of South America be ruled by a dragon that hates technology and are, like, described as religious, people are religious zealots about it. It sucks
And
ass.
and Americans aren't. North Americans, that is.
It's not, in Shadowrun, it's very specifically using, like, very, leaning on very racist stereotypes about indigenous people. Not.
Uh,
Oh,
that's not working right.
Excuse me, I need to add something to the guy chat of cheat items. But
Oh,
anyway, yeah, no.
oh dear. Oh, it's a mud spider.
Oh. Love bosses being thrown at you. Love bosses that mess up your aim.
That was the thing
Love-
the red spiders do.
Yeah. Not a great thing. That wall. Yeah,
Wow, what? Oh, another
trying to think
red
of cool things Spider-Run does, or Shadowrun does. You can be like a vampire computer hacker. Or you could be an elf vampire computer hacker. Like, that's dope as hell. You can have cool little robot drones you can control that have like, like to infiltrate like some sort of big corporate bank or whatever that's owned by a dragon or something. Like, that stuff is cool. Like, the weird stereotypes that it kind of leaned on back in the 80s and then never stopped leaning on. That's whack.
Nice.
Nice.
Is there any health items I left? Oh, and also the ableism in like Shadowrun.
Yeah, the fact that any sort of physical augment, like any technically, having a pacemaker makes you less human, because having any sort of like prosthetic or whatever added to your body takes away from your essence, and if your essence go down low enough, you go insane or whatever, and you can be like a cyborg zombie of because you've lost all your humanity from your from having augmentations. But like getting a replacement arm counts for that, like a clone arm, not even like a super combat arm with like laser guns or whatever. It's just like just it's a setting where you're like, oh, you can clone organs, and it's like comparatively fairly simple to do. Like, so that's like a thing. You like, oh, if you lost a limb, you'd be like, oh fuck, um, get a replacement, and it's like that counts against your essence of just getting a clone of your own, like a clone limb, like a limb clone from your own body. That's what I was trying to say. Which is also weird. Like it's the thing that's like so obviously like, oh, they put this in here just for the fact of they didn't want people with like to be wizards because like or mages because mages use like they have to care about essence a lot. So you're not just like a super powerful mage with like a shotgun hand or whatever.
Man, so few cyberpunk things don't have that problem.
Yeah, well, to be fair, not all of them give you the option they like to have cool magic powers, as well as having like a machine gun arm. But yeah, it's also a weird thing in general that it's like several games. I know like Cyberpunk 2020, also had like oh you had like a humanity score that was affected, which I think if I was making a Cyberpunk game, it'd be like the downside of having a lot of like cyberware installed would be like, oh, this has to be maintenance by like like legally it has to be maintenance by like the company the company that owns the cyberware or whatever, and make it some like horrible thing where it's like you don't really own like the augments that you have technically, or you can get them like serviced and like buy new ones from like underground sources, but then you owe them, you know, but that's also dangerous. Make it, play up the fact that capitalism sucks ass instead of it being like a abstract your humanity thing. Which then again, I feel like that can partially work. The idea of like, oh, I'm going to replace my arm with a weapon like with a weapon of war. That like that probably says something about you. Like the person like, oh, I want like my hand to be a gun so that I can just shoot things at any and all times. Like, now, like maybe if you wanted to focus up like the psychological effects of potentially turning yourself into a weapon, but like not just in the figurative sense, but like for real, then yeah, maybe something could come out of that. But eh, it feels weird in a game that wants you to like get into fights with things and like think it's cool to shoot your like your cool cyborg like head cannon, the cannon installed in your head.
Man, Cruelty Squad really does that well.
Yeah. No, I forgot you only had 14 health. I was wondering why you were dying so quickly. But yeah. But yeah, it's Cruelty Squad. God, I love the fact that you can get the fucking Zip 22, but the Zippy 3000, and like I think you said like you had to do like the in-game slots for it.
Yeah, like an hour.
God.
Over an hour. That's what it took
For
me, at least.
for a gun described as the ultimate gun for misfires and malfunctions.
That's the stuff.
Nice. Love it when you get a full health.
Okay. Oh, are we taking a break now?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Well,
should take a strange time to go off and get a drink.
oh no, I was talking for a bit, and I'm like, oh, I'm surprised that like Mary hasn't
No, like
piped
I
up.
said,
I
I
forgot that
need to get something to drink. And,
drink. Yeah, but
yeah,
you said that, and then you kept talking, so I was like, oh, I
yeah,
didn't
and then
know
I
when
went,
you
oh
left.
wait, that's why I muted myself.
Oh, okay, I didn't see the mute icon.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. Yeah.
No, that's fine. It's just like me talking about cyberware and games and how in Shadowrun a pacemaker makes you less human because of essence, and then going on to how I would handle that in the game.
It's like
Yeah,
if
I
the
miss.
extremely terrible faction in Deus Ex was right. Deus Ex Human
Humanity
Revolution.
first.
that
The extremely poorly written faction.
that uses no, I don't want to. I was about to say something about that faction, but like, man, I don't want to be too angry. Like, there's so many things. Yeah, I don't want to focus on that,
Yeah,
but yeah, other than, oh boy, is it poorly written.
yeah.
Hey, at least it's not the sequel.
Yeah. God, I started playing Mankind Divided and my computer could just barely handle it. I think I've mentioned before that it would crash in the loading screens, like they're diegetic loading screens of Adam on the tram, just like checking his watch and sighing dramatically and looking out the window and stuff. And it'd be like 20 minutes in, and I'm like, oh, this is longer than my commute. And that dog is stuck. Yeah.
Door stuck.
Door stuck. Yeah. Anyway, it would have just crashed but not told me, so it just
Yep.
split out forever.
Honestly, it was saving you. Writing is the worst.
Yeah.
And the writing was already bad. Do you want really shitty really poorly thought out racism metaphor?
Yeah. God. The thing that gets me is that most of the cyberware from the early Human Revolution is described as being just prosthetics. Just like, oh, I don't like, it's like, I know there's this one person that you can potentially save their life, and, they don't want to be, like, shackled, like, oh, like, if they ask you, like, he actually asks you to, like, mercy kill him because like he doesn't want to go to the hospital, and then like because he's missing like a limb from explosion or something, and it's like, oh, I don't want to like get the replacement and then be addicted to like I think it was like something about the medicine needed to keep your body from rejecting the implant. That's
Yeah.
like that was like also addictive or something, and it was like,
It's
wow,
not
this is really
addictive,
heavy.
it's just you need to keep taking it or your body will literally just start shutting down because you've got
Oh
so
yeah.
much cybernetics inside you. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that part of the game. I was like,
It's
no, bud,
treated as being like equivalent to addiction because you will die without it, but yeah.
yeah,
that's
I forgot if the game made it equivalent to Jackson or not, but like, yeah, I
No,
remember that
it's
guy.
really like metaphorically, yeah.
Uh, but yeah, I remember that part of the game and just being like, well, bud, I'm sorry to tell you this, but yeah, I don't want to do that. So like later, it just cussed me out. But like, but it seems like most of the time it is used as like prosthetics. I mean, it feels like it's like you're gonna get a cyborg prosthetic whether you want to or not, which feels very cyberpunk. Of like, oh, you're gonna owe us the money for this, whether you want to or not. But yeah, great. I forgot I was gonna go with that. Oh, I love being so easily distracted. But what? Oh yeah, I was gonna say that it seems to be mostly for prosthetics, but then Mankind Divided, it's like they're weapons, and it's like it feels like a very small portion of people actually have like arm blades or whatever. So like, then again, I don't know, just the Deus Ex like sequels are always so weird to think about because they all have something weird about them. I remember liking Human Revolution, like this, it had flaws, but it's like, okay, I can like make it through this. But
Yes,
when I heard about Mankind Divided, it's like, oh, they just they just doubled down on some of those, huh?
white people talking about racism.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, uh, great. Does anyone have anything cool to talk about that isn't uh bad metaphors? Or something cool to say about bad metaphors.
Uh,
Hmm.
wait. Structure that
Sure.
sentence again.
Yeah, I
Games
sometimes
just
say
don't talk about racism in games, or at least not like in the way.
oh, I mean, like this is more depressing than like an
Yeah,
interesting conversation, especially for like Deus
yeah,
Ex, which is a shame because it's like, oh, I like from
yeah.
what
The
I remember
original
playing
Deus
original
Ex,
Deus Ex, I
right?
liked, yeah, and
Human
then it's like,
Revolution and Mankind Divided less so.
yeah,
Invisible Wars, well,
the, no one talks about Invisible.
yeah, for good reason.
It's
Yeah,
just kind of weird and like out there.
I mean, I can kind of like a game being out there. I just know that it does like it has some weird decisions for
I
gameplay
mean,
design and the
there's
fact that it was made for like the PS2 or whatever. So like
yeah, the
the levels are
gameplay suffers a
tiny.
lot, and a lot of the writing does. But there's some neat stuff they did, which is when they had to decide which ending of Deus Ex is canon, they went, well, all of them. There's a JC in that who is like JC Denton is written probably the best character in
Oh
Invisible
boy.
War, right? Like they obviously didn't have good writing for a lot of the other characters. They knocked it out of the park with how JC Denton is portrayed. Because he like took a compromised position between like all of the endings of the first game, but in a way that like kind of made sense from like what we've seen of his philosophy there, and he makes a lot of sense as a character. He's always portrayed as he's well spoken, like he has good reasons for doing what he's doing, even if he's arguably evil in that game. Like he's an antagonist in most of the routes. It's just also very funny that this game otherwise is not that good,
Oh, whoops.
so a returning protagonist from the previous game is the only good part of it.
Yeah, God. But yeah, oh yeah, but I guess since you still asked like, oh, restructure that sense. So yeah, I mean, it's if you have something interesting to say that can give more like topic debate that isn't like as much of a downer, but like then yeah, sure, go for it. Because yeah, I can't. Because man, okay, I wasn't gonna say it earlier, but I'm still thinking about how Mankind Divided was like, hey, we're gonna use slogans from the Black Lives Matter movement
But
to
also
talk
the
about
slogans from the
augments.
counter.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, this sucks ass that you're, just equivalent like this, and then it's like, oh, the augment people aren't just living weapons or whatever, but also they are, or like there's some weird back and forth and that,
Yeah, it's
and it's just ass.
yeah, it's like the Harry Potter. Oh, let's debate slavery. It's like you want us to tell you the merits of slavery,
God.
Yeah. And it's like
Yeah,
that,
games
but
really.
completely unironically.
Yeah, Disco Elysium does not compromise like that, thankfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. But oof, it's yeah, Deus Ex for board game series. But ah,
While it does have like made up countries, they are very much treating it very seriously. I forgot another game that also did that. Was also super serious about it that I played recently. What was it? Recently, as in months ago, but still.
James, I will say recently and be talking about a game I played in 2016.
Yeah. You know, Final Fantasy VII Remake was also pretty serious about its subjects.
yeah,
At least the first
love
part.
love oil metaphors.
And to be fair, the original Final
Last
Fantasy
time played.
VII was also good about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's still funny to me that there's people who try to like, oh no, this game isn't political, and it's like Final Fantasy VII, like okay, it's described as like they're harvesting like the life source of the planet itself, and this is helping to kill the planet even faster. And it's hard. It's how do you hear that and not go like, oh, they're talking about like oil.
What? No, they're clearly talking about the made up material Mako or Mana
Make a.
and Mako. Okay, it doesn't matter. Uh,
Or live
or
stream.
Mana or live stream. Yeah, okay, live streaming. Anyway, where was I? It's like, oh no, they're obviously talking about this made up material, and it's like, it's a metaphor. Do you not get that?
Yeah,
No,
and the
they
fact
don't.
that you're
It's a very on the nose metaphor too. It's like, no,
yeah.
it must just be this made up thing. It's never gonna apply to real life. Yeah.
Here's the thing. You really can't. You can't be sold about metaphors at all.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, even if you're not really subtle, there is just some people that will not listen, or they're going to substitute it with their own understanding of it. Like, there's people who are like, "Oh man," there's like fascist people who are like, "Oh man, I love Rage Against the Machine," and it's like, how?
You
Like
are
Tom
the
Bordell
machine they are raging
against.
against.
Like, I remember some politician like Paul something. I forgot his last name. Orion, like someone like being like, "Oh man, I love Rage Against the Machine," and like
Oh yeah, and
the the
the
guitarist or whatever,
like Pinkman said, no, you don't. No, you don't. I can't
God,
remember
yeah,
exactly what he said. It may as well be that.
yeah. Basically, it's like, oh man, I love this. Don't listen to my fucking music or something like that. Like, no, like it's like people will just listen to things and just consume something and just substitute it with their own understanding of the world and not expand their own views, but somehow just substitute everything to be about what they think is right.
Yeah, like the people who watch Star Wars and go, oh well, maybe the Empire has good points. No, they're cartoonishly evil. That's the whole point of them.
Yeah,
Yeah. And then you get like the Disney hotel where you can roleplay as Empire, like Imperial
Because
officers.
Disney
It's like,
is the Empire.
yeah,
yeah, God. Roleplay. No, I think it's specifically getting Chewbacca like fucking arrested too, which is the wild thing. It's like that's what
yeah.
you roleplay as. Like,
Beloved, beloved character Chewbacca.
God.
Oh, why would you think that's a good idea? Of course, there's a recent thing with Disney, which is someone finally said, "Hey, why are we letting Disney operate their own government in Florida?
The
Like,
thing is, the thing is,
it's
the
going to cause a
person.
lot of problems changing over from that, but it's also very strange they have that at all."
Yeah, it's fucking horrifying. That's like, oh, they just they just have that.
The thing is, the person who's like trying to take away Disney's special theme park protections is not doing it for a good reason.
Oh no, he's doing it explicitly because they weren't, like, letting him extort money out of them. And it's
God,
like,
Yeah.
oh,
I mean, you know what? If
the
it,
worst person you know just made a good point.
yeah,
Secret level time.
Secret.
This secret level thing is a little janky. There it goes.
nice.
Nice boat.
Yeah. Just checking the live stream. Boggy Creek.
Sure is a creek.
Yeah, honestly, I like the theming of this at least. That you're being taken on a boat ride by death.
Yeah,
Not strictly speaking death, but you know.
yeah. It's kind of surprising to have a level that is so quiet at the start.
Yeah.
Like
And then
you're,
this happens, but still.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
But as blood
Ow,
level,
damn it.
though, like that's a slow ramp up.
yeah.
Anyway. I should do some fishing. Maybe I'll get the Wheel of Fortune fish.
Yep.
That is the fish that is always worth $1 million in Cruelty Squad.
Oh, interesting.
It's in the casino level. And it's
Ah.
extremely rare and hard to get, even if you see it.
Mm.
Yep! Ah, son of a...
Oh no! Oh god!
It's only
This
a
is
few
some
seconds.
true, but like that is some great. That's some like serious Sam, first encounter level like trolling there. Of
Yeah.
just you have to go in there and then immediately get jumped by a monster that spawns right behind you.
Yeah, Serious Sam did that a lot.
Like that was like the whole game basically of just we're going like you think you're gonna get a cool prize. You will, but we're also gonna hit you over the head with this baseball bat we found.
That's a part of Lisa. The painful.
I still have yet to play that game or see an LP of it or anything. Seems like it.
It's
Go
good,
ahead.
but it's also like heavy. But it also
Mm.
has some good comedy. But again, it's heavy.
Alright. Good to know.
Go into the water. This is one smart rat. Oh, there it goes. Oh, it didn't die.
It's too powerful.
Anyway. Resident Evil ass trap.
Yeah. No, speaking of Resident Evil, I still remember when Resident Evil 7 was coming out, seeing trailers and videos for it. I was like, huh, this really doesn't feel like, a Resident Evil game until there's like a part where it's like, oh, you need to find the 2 dog statuettes
Well,
to unlock the door, and it's like, well, okay, yeah, no, this is Resident Evil.
yeah, 3 dog statue heads.
Oh, 3 dog statue heads, yeah. Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
Resident Evil. Like you need some weird puzzles. Like I still remember Revelations. I think I saw some of LP for Revelations 2. One of those where it has like asymmetrical co-op, and it's like there's one campaign that has Claire and like Barry's niece to like working together, and they're in like some umbrella facility or whatever, and there's this weird like marble statue or whatever that's like missing some organs, and then like they find like a plastic, you know, version of said organ or something, and Claire's like, she's like, okay, this is gonna sound weird, but I think we need to put like this organ in the statue, and like the niece is like, what are you talking about? That makes no sense. Like, listen, I know, I know it doesn't make any sense, but I've been through this enough times that this is how it works. Like, you just gotta trust me on this, and it's like great because you can hear like in the voice, like the voice works great because it sounds like Claire is like a second away from having a breakdown because it's like, after actually saying that out loud of like, of course this is how a puzzle in this secret, you know, fucked up like fucked up zombie experiment like laboratory is. It's like, yeah, no, this is how it works, and then having to actually say that to like another human being who doesn't also fight Umbrella like 24/7. It's just like, oh wait, no, this is like, yeah, no, this makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like, like, and it's great, and God, I love it. Yeah, oh, I guess just overall, I kind of love it, but specifically, I really enjoy that, like Resident Evil having a spin-off game that is allowed to just be fun and like poke fun at like weird stuff like that. That's just like, that's just a series. You need weird puzzles. It can't be a Resident Evil without the weird puzzles.
Yeah, they're kind of a hallmark of the series at this point.
Yeah. it, I mean, I think even the first game had like some weird specific things you had to like do. I remember like, I know about the shotgun. I never played the first Resident Evil, but it's like I think you needed like if you're playing as Chris, you needed like you need to find a broken shotgun in this room that has like a functional shotgun in it, because you need to replace the weight of the shotgun. Because as soon as you take it off of like the rack it's being held on, it begins a trap or something, and it's like there's no way to know that beforehand, really.
It does let you
It's like
run
this.
back into the room if you do it.
Okay. So like, it's like that happens, and it's just like, and there's just other weirdness, which just kind of comes from Resident Evil being kind of like action horror, where it's like it has that like horror pastiche, but it's still very actiony at times. And it's like, yeah, of course, yeah, of course, there's weird puzzle rooms in this monster mansion, like block puzzles or.
Listen, if I had a monster mansion, like, I would put puzzles everywhere. Not to help monsters or to hinder people, just because I love puzzles.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the reason why I like The Witness, because it's just like a whole island of puzzles. I mean, some of them are rude, but like,
Yeah.
I love puzzles, so it's like,
Yeah.
alright.
Thing is, like, I'm trying to find like good escape room type games on Steam, and I can't because it turns out they're all, oh, this is one room, and then that's it. All of the mechanics in the game are in
Oh,
one room. And that's it. You bought the game, you played through. That's it. Kind
Oh,
of want more puzzles out of one game, but at that point you get
yeah,
like hundreds of hours of plot or something like.
yeah. Which it's one of the things I love about the Zero Escape games because it's like, oh, we're gonna have puzzles. My God, like this is
Oh,
like
there's
we're
just so
having
many
puzzles
puzzles
here.
in it, and it is great. And like the story reason for it is kind of silly, but works as a justification. Honestly, I just
Yeah,
love. Well, I love the first two Zero Escape games, and I love with an asterisk Zero Time Dilemma. It's a pretty huge asterisk, though.
yeah, that's
Oh boy.
fair.
It's yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, I've said before that like, if money wasn't an object, I would not want like a giant, huge McMansion that I'd never visit. I'd probably just settle for like a library with like revolving bookshelves and hidden rooms and stuff and that.
Oh, whoops.
Just because, aesthetic.
I reminded of that Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 episode.
Hmm? Which one?
The one based off the one with the jar that's full of dragons and takes people's
Oh
souls.
yeah, the dragon cards or whatever it is. Yeah.
The manga, it was like, oh, another guy.
In the manga, that's actually the first time that Yuki and Spirit talk to each other because that's the first time you get confirmation they are definitely two different people.
Huh?
Yeah, in the manga, there was
It's-
no. It was very different. It wasn't like a mansion they go into.
Yeah, it wasn't a
was
man.
bunch of
It's one of
secret rooms.
Yuki's classmates who comes into school with his own cursed object, which is a jar that eats people's souls. And it turns
God.
out it's eating Yugi's soul, but not, the Pharaoh's.
Yeah.
No, those trees are just painted on.
Yeah, that's
I know.
1997 trees for you.
Sure.
Love
No, it's
you
just like,
having
I'm
to
willing to
run with the
accept
boat.
it until the trees slide aside like a panel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what the season 0 episode is like, 'cause I've not seen it. Only read the manga version of that.
Wait, dragons. Oh, are the dragons based
It's
on
the five elemental
elements?
dragons.
Dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I remember
Snow,
that
rain, and
episode.
fire. Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember it better than I do. I've never seen it.
Well,
Oh.
yeah, I've seen that episode.
I'm joking.
Well, I
And
noticed
yeah.
there's a connection to the Boggy Creek level, but there's also a connection to the previous level previous that.
Huh. Neat. But yeah,
You
love
might be noticing
revolving.
I'm using the napalm launcher a lot. This episode kind of gives you a lot of napalm launcher ammo, which is why it's sort of backwards difficulty curve. It gets easier because they just give you napalm launcher ammo.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, why not? Just have let people have fun with a big explodey toy, or the big guns, the literal big gun. Just let them have fun with it.
Yeah. It would be like
Danger,
a
you
Doom.
say? I bet it's not so dangerous.
Whee! I could tank that.
But yeah. No, that's just random nonsense, whatever. That's just Tumblr saying, hey, you'll want to follow this person. Ah, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Tumblr, don't tell me what to do. You.
Yeah, I
You know,
switched off
so-
those notifications years ago because, of course.
Yeah. I know.
like,
I
if you're
don't.
not- if you're not following someone, there's a good reason for that.
Yeah.
Not necessarily that they're bad, it's just sometimes I don't want a person's like posts continually on my timeline. So some people, you know, post stuff daily and it's like, I can handle this like once a month or so. I'll just scroll through your blog, but I don't particularly care about it day to day.
Yeah. Totally. Which is right now. I'm thinking about Twitter because I know, like, it's funny that, like, I know when I first got a Twitter, and then I like looked at some of the options, like, oh, you can turn off people's like retweets, so that you just see like whatever
Yeah.
they post. Which I wonder how, how many people do that for me or whatever, or just like
Uh,
have me muted
I'll
because
admit, I actually have retweets switched off for James because she retweets a lot of things, and it's like, yeah, like I only specifically care about your posts, James. Like, if you say, hey, last retweet's important, I will go, okay, what were you talking about? But most of the time, like, there's a lot.
Most of the time, it's about yiffing.
Yeah, and it's like, James, I respect you, but also no. Yeah.
yeah,
You're not the only person I did that for. Some people retweet like a lot of like, "Hey, you should donate to me" kind of posts, and it's like I do donate to like friends who ask, but if it's a stranger, I just feel anxious about seeing that on my timeline. It's just I know, yeah,
huh?
Uh, doing the Stranger I Remain song from Metal Gear Rising.
Oh, okay. I
yeah.
was
I've
really
never
confused for a
played that.
moment, but not.
Nah,
But yeah, like I can understand that. I tend to like I picked up that habit from like Tumblr stuff just because like man, if I know if I was desperate and asking for help, I just want people like if they can't, you know,
oh no, I
do like get money to
understand
like
why
share it.
you do that. It's just if it's not someone I know, then either I don't trust them enough to like just send them money, or I feel awkward because like, well, obviously I wouldn't know them,
Yeah,
Ah, dang it.
and it can be really draining to see that all day. So yeah,
yeah, yeah. God, I know. I try not to like retweet too many political tweets. I
yeah.
say
Oh god, the
like
political ones were. A couple months ago, I had retweets turned off for a lot of people because it's like I'm aware of this and can't do anything about it.
yeah. Cause it's just some things just yeah, like like you said, there's it's like this sucks, and I want
Weird.
like people to like obviously if I feel strongly about something, I'll just retweet it regardless. But like I still want like my friends and such to be able to just have fun. Like like I'm gonna check out this lesbian's like Twitter to see like cute girls or whatever, or like some video game stuff, and it's like. And like like sure, I'm willing to like have. I was gonna say my blog, but I don't know if I'd call Twitter a blog per se. Twitter's weird, but yeah, like I'm willing to have my blog like that at times.
Oh, there
Just
it
like
is.
You didn't even need anything from the secret, James. You're just going for 100% completion.
Do you know me at all? Of course I am.
Yeah, we have very different priorities in games.
I mean, there are some games I'm definitely willing to like 100%, but some others, like yeah, it just kind of depends of like how far is the game willing to like wants to ask of me for like 100%. You know. Cause yeah, God, I feel like at some point I'll maybe 100% just cause 4, but like there's so many little small like side missions that aren't really interesting that it wants me to
Yeah,
do.
there's a difference between like missing out on content and skipping. Like, oh, this is gonna take like hours of grinding for me to get, and I don't care enough about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess for just cause 4, like in its some of the like side quests that I often ignore are just like some of them are like, oh, you have a fun like short mission to do. I'm like, all right, cool. Some others like, oh, move a car through like this hole or whatever, this like guide or something. Sometimes like, oh, you have to do some like interesting setup to like shoot like or aim a ramp, and jump at it with a specific car or something. Like, oh, that's cool. Others is just like the little ring you had to go through, fly through my ring, Superman style. It's just like on the ground and
Songs
it's nothing
and
interesting.
names.
So that room, when I first played this, I thought you had to go in that room. No,
Yeah. It's
that
Phil's
just
room
makes
of
you
water.
stuck
Oh,
because this water just rises.
so it just traps you inside.
You see,
Yeah.
Raiden, this is Metal Gear Rising.
God.
Otacon, I need to go on some Metal Gear Portable Ops. Also, I've just remembered this is a game where you play as Big Boss, not Solid Snake, so that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, to say nothing of Metal Gear Acid, where you play as a different. No, it's Acid that you play as yet another different Solid Snake clone.
Wait, you do? An acid? Then
Yeah,
another
you do.
huh. Wild. Love video
In
games.
fairness, it's Metal Gear Solid as a card game, so, it's a bit different.
Do you think Solid Snake could beat the Pharaoh in the card game?
Well, no.
Was there an episode of GX where that kind of sort of happened?
I hope the answer is
No,
yes.
one more Solid Snake appeared if you're asking that.
Not Solid Snake, but a guy acting kind of sort of like him.
I don't
Also,
know
that
who you're
texture is
talking-
fucked up.
Yeah. I don't know who you think acted enough like Solid Snake to...
I mean, considering
whatever.
GX,
Considering GX is a possibility, but I'm like, am I forgetting someone? Yeah.
got the big
Because there's the
Lebowski
guy
kid,
who was...
the guy who acted like Big Lebowski.
Yeah, little Belowski was great. He's a one-off character. Well, he technically makes a cameo in a later episode, but he's just, he's chilling. He's obviously completely wasted the entire time. It's great.
He's high.
Yeah, he is high as balls the entire drill. And like,
God.
if you saw him, you go, yeah, that sounds about right. There's also the episode with Don Zalug, who for some reason is played like Christopher Walken. Like, obviously not voiced by him, but someone doing an impression.
Bruce Wayne, why are you dressed like Batman? Whoa, boy. Oh, jeez. Oh boy. Please stop.
Oh,
We're
oh
stuck.
dear. Goodness, a lot went wrong. in a very short amount of time.
Son of a bitch must pay.
Yep. Oh, for... Come here.
God, those are some Gibbs.
Yep.
Wild. I think my favorite is still whenever they just go flying 200 miles per hour, like into the sky or like into the horizon.
God, I love the
Look
one
up in the sky.
God, I love the one where he just flew over the building.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, and then you're like, should I be concerned about this? Because you can't get him, but
God.
no, they're ethereal
Bye.
until you're aware of you.
I'm not the only one.
you running away while that car is speeding off is great.
Are you going back to fight them?
No. There it is. Have to tease it.
The fire key. Ah,
Oh, well, that guy's dead. I wouldn't have fell.
yep.
There's no water
Nice.
where he's going. Need the key. Oh boy. It's gonna take a
Oh,
while.
oh dear. No, speaking of platforming FPSs though, it's still funny to me how much how much platforming the Doom Eternal wants you to do. Like then again, it does seem like to be built around it, but it's still like funny inherently. Be like, oh, I'm gonna play a Doom game, and then it's like, do you like wall climbing?
FPS platforming.
Quake was
Yeah.
really bad about FPS platforming.
Honestly, like, FPS platforming in general is not a great idea. Some games can pull it off to some extent. Most of the time, when you're seeing it, especially in older games, no.
Yeah, like I know a part of me still like thinks like no, the platforming in Doom Eternal looks like it could be fun. It's just weird, not what I was expecting. Of just like of how like often it wants you to platform, and sometimes it provides like the monkey bar, not monkey bar, the handlebars or whatever, for you to do some of those like
I feel like
platforming
we should
jumps or
have the
whatever.
Jeopardy theme playing here. Because that is the slowest platform.
Yep. Just make a bridge
Yeah.
next time.
Yeah,
And this is by Sunstorm, who are usually pretty good at making add-ons for FPS games.
Yeah, it's probably to stop you like jumping back on it, just leaving the zombies there. But on the other hand, yeah,
yeah,
it's kind of obnoxious.
Why?
yeah. It's so, and you'll probably want to kill the zombies anyway, since like that's part of the score or whatever. That at the end of the level, how many kills you have. Also, I think I almost wonder if it goes that slow specifically so that players don't get thrown off of it. Because I feel like if it moved faster, like probably twice as fast, you'd probably have to run. You'd probably have to move on the platform to keep up with its momentum because of physics being weird.
Oh, this sucks.
Dark Wizard James Mason has been put in gay baby jail
With the mother spider.
and sentenced to death.
Ah! Tree. It was this one. This next one, oh boy. You won't be prepared for it.
Do we fight a Caleb clone? That'd be funny. Oh no. Okay, that's different than what I thought it was. Because I heard the dog sounds. I'm like, oh god, you had to fight Severus again?
Oh, we'll fight Cerberus.
Oh no. Good god, that boss fight was. It took so long to get through. Just because it's so big, it has such damaging attacks, and if it sees you, if it shoots you, it's gonna hurt.
Yep.
If it shoots ya, it's gonna hurt.
So when you were
Severus.
young-
Severus.
So when you were young, were you like, oh, scared of playing it because someone might hear the word hell being said in the game?
I didn't
No,
own the
Ian, some of us were
N64,
normal.
but I mean, I feel like my parents might have been weird about it.
Yeah.
Mine
If
would
they
have
heard it.
been, but also we just didn't have Donkey Kong 64.
Well,
Hell is like a super mild cuss over here.
yeah.
Like, you'll notice I don't swear very often. Like, it's just not a thing I do, but I say hell quite a lot.
Bye.
Like, saying heck is a thing I only do, like, for ironic joke purposes.
Yeah, God.
I know it's different in America, so, you know.
Yeah,
Weird. Because America is just weird.
it is weird in a lot of particular ways. Love seeing fish having a good time. God.
Nope. They fell into the water. Oh, this
Like,
does
I-
work in the water.
I absolutely can swear, I just feel it's less funny if I do it all the time, you know?
Sorry, I wasn't expecting you to say that it wouldn't be as funny. It's just like
Yeah.
that's what. Yeah, I mean that's a good
Like-
enough reason as any.
I mean, when I'm really stressed out, you probably haven't ever seen me like that. You've not heard me talking. It's most of what I write as fan fiction is for like a children's card game anime, and I just don't swear because it feels weird to have characters swearing in that setting.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen people do it, and it always comes off as jarring.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair.
But the fic that I'm writing right now is T-rated, like it's rated for teens, and I'm going to stick to my rule of if I swear, it's only once and only for maximum comic timing.
So the
Like, I know
PG.
exactly where that would go if I do end up going with that as a gag.
There's like
Nice.
someone who made like ghost game images, whereas like the joke is he's swearing, and it's pretty good.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh
and
yeah.
who taught you that? Oh, it was Jellymon, and then he just looks at Jellymon with evil eyes.
If one does.
Oh, darling.
God. I remember some comics like that, but of like, yeah. No, sorry, my got kind of spacey there for a bit. Then again, I should probably eat something, but we're close to the stream
Ah!
end time. Also,
Why am I using dynamite?
I mean, Dynamite's pretty good
Yeah, but
for like around corners.
they're giving me like napalm ammo,
True.
giving it out like candy.
Oh boy, love Donkey Kong Country. Hope we go on another minecart ride.
We
Oh.
are.
Yay!
Yeah. God, I must have spent like a couple of hours watching Donkey Kong retrospectives just the other
Videos
day.
aren't that long.
Was it last week? Yeah. And of course, everyone should agree the best one was Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest.
Yeah.
Donkey Kong Land. Oh, there's stuff over there.
Weren't the Donkey Kong Land games like the Game Boy ports?
Yep.
Or,
Yeah, they were the Game Boy games, and they they suffered a bit from trying too hard to, emulate what a
yeah.
Super Nintendo game looks like instead of having their own style. But they're okay.
Definitely had Land 2 when I was a kid.
Did you have the jumping boots or whatever it's called in this game?
No,
Like-
I don't. I don't.
Oh, you could just jump big. Jump good, huh?
Yeah.
Because I was like, how did he get up there? That.
That seemed appropriate.
Yeah. The one thing you can't easily kill with explosives.
But can with a shotgun.
Yep. Also, Mary, I just check the Isekai naming, and I really, really love Sent to the World of my favorite children's cartoon, and only I have the power to swear.
I
That's
think
so
there
good.
was something that was like that.
What?
I think there was something like that.
For real?
Yeah,
God.
yeah. The one other series, well, the one other game that I'm writing fanfiction for, and I've not posted anywhere because no one's gotten around to actually like proofreading it. Like the characters I'm writing for, just coincidentally, are all ones that don't swear. In one case, it's like explicitly a joke that one character doesn't swear because she's using hilariously mild words to describe just how much she hates someone. It's great.
Yep, that was all for nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Of going through crushers for no good reason.
Do they actually hurt you, or you
I
just
think they're supposed to, but the source port is a little weird.
Stand under the crusher for a bit.
get therapeutically squished? For
Yeah.
That's just massage.
Caleb
like-
makes a squeaky toy sound.
You know,
Whatever.
it's like having one of those weighted blankets to help you sleep.
Son of a bitch wants to pay.
Except
I
it's a
honestly,
crusher.
yeah. God, I was gonna say I honestly do think I would really like one of those weighted blankets someday, but
So good.
God, just the idea of Caleb just getting gently squished by compactors is hilarious.
God.
It just like, just curling up, taking a nice little nap while being squished by trash compactors or whatever those are.
I'm reminded of Mario 64 and how some ledges, when Mario's under them, they'll gently squish him down
Yeah,
a bit. Oh boy. These things are actually able to exit water.
yeah.
Oh, and one of the few attacks that counts as spirit. Seriously,
Oh, wow.
Ugh.
I forget that you get spirit armor,
Yeah.
but like nothing spirit for the most part.
There's like maybe 2 or 3 attacks that count as that.
God. You know that Dismal Land thing that Banksy had?
Oh yeah,
with
the
that
Grim
skeleton?
Reaper and the...
Yeah, in the
Like,
bumper car, just
yeah.
spinning
I
around
can say
with disco
dodge
music.
him, because that would be the correct word here, but you know, I'd go, wait, do you know what that is?
No, absolutely not. It feels like by dodge him, you don't mean like dodging the spectral skeletons being
It's
set.
a bumper car, basically. It's just what we call
Ah,
it.
I know what that makes sense. I can
Shut
see
up!
that. Yeah, this is obnoxious.
Ugh.
Nut.
Like, Dismaland is the funniest thing Banksy has ever done, and probably not for any of the reasons he intended it to be.
God.
Yeah.
Like, I respect the hustle in this one situation.
The hustle of the Grim Reaper. In the just spinning in circles with disco music.
He's just having the time of his life. Grim Reaper rarely gets to have fun. That's not
Yeah.
so dangerous.
It'd be
Yeah.
funny if it, you're stuck down there with like 1 HP, and the game like didn't let you like quick load for like a minute
Yeah.
just for just for the sake of messing with you. But yeah, gosh,
Yeah.
Dismal Land.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, if I could find more Tumblrs that vlogged like artful pictures of abandoned theme parks, then I'd be putting them in my reblog queue constantly. Because that's kind of like one of my weird aesthetic things. In a way that's kind of hard to describe.
I get you.
Yeah. There's something about abandoned theme parks that looks cool. And Dismaland is a like intentionally kind of decrepit theme park, so I get it.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah. Oh, this is just from whatever. But do you mind if I post a screenshot of some of the like pinned messages from the Is Guy naming server to the Pokey server?
Yeah.
Yeah, just thought I should ask because yeah, God, these are great.
Like anything I post anywhere, like in any public chat, you can probably just screenshot and I'll just laugh it off. Yeah.
Yeah. Still love bringing the communist manifesto to the Goblin Kingdom.
Oh man, did I really put a typo in that one? There's the one where there should be an exclamation mark.
Got isekai
It's an-
to another land, but the land had a typo, so it's not what I think it is.
Got Izakai to another land. I'm doing nothing but playing Counter-Strike Source in the Giant Land Party.
Ah, fuck.
Got isekai to another world, and everything's kind of pixelated here.
Got isekai to a world where I'm 2D, and honestly, it's alright.
Sorry, there's this one from the pinned of there's a horse loose in the magical world.
Yeah, it
Which
doesn't
is
count the
weird, man.
secrets. Even though they were secrets.
Wild. Also, how long do you want to keep going for? Because I feel
This
like
is
I'm
the
a.
last level, I think.
Uh,
Yeah, it's the
Dang.
last level.
Alright. No, I need to go eat some food, so I'll try to be back soon. But yeah, I'm feeling a bit out of it. Take care, and no, I'm too out of it to say something funny. You gotta be funny in my stead, alright, yo? Ciao.
No.
Alright, time to not say a single funny thing for the next half hour.
That's easy for us to do.
Yeah, we kind of suck. Oh, you're great, James. I know I'm at least funny sometimes. You still my entire self-worth in being the funny one. I'm the one who cooks good.
Rocket launcher.
Rocket launcher.
Ah, for fuck's sake. Quick saved. Spirit armor. I definitely need this.
Picked up a spirit armor that you really need.
Okay. Oh, that's rude. That guy was already down there. Oh, Beast Vision. The best power-up.
Beast Vision competes with that one power-up that functionally did nothing because it wasn't implemented.
I mean,
This is
it,
the only situation Beast Vision is even slightly useful in.
yep.
It's in pitch black underwater.
That power-up that did nothing at least didn't bother us in the inventory. God. Beast Vision. Like, this game managed to make invisibility useful for an FPS game.
Yeah. Honestly, as far as FPSs go, yeah. That is powerful invisibility.
Yep. Another game that also made invisibility, well, it's kind of invisibility is Heretic, where physical attacks would pass through you.
So you'd be ethereal?
Yeah. Doom invisibility was a detriment when you were fighting projectiles throwers.
Yeah, it made hit scan enemies miss, but it made projectile ones actually more likely to hit you.
I need a key.
You can't
Because
dodge anymore.
they would just throw it at random and it would be less predictable.
Yeah, you couldn't lead their shots somewhere where you could dodge out of them.
Alright, now to grab that life seed. Meow. Oh, that's just a bat. Whatever.
Ah, the skull worm.
Lurch. Hate how it freezes up when you quick save. And for how long, too. Oh, what is going on there? Abigail! Stop doing that! Ugh.
Yeah, Beast Vision is worn off and you don't really miss it.
Nope. Don't really know or care. You know, the cultists have pretty advanced AIs for, like, 1997. Super.
Yeah, they do a lot that enemies at the time just didn't do.
Like, not even Half-Life has as good, with the troopers, as good AI. And those guys were considered, like, pinnacle at the time.
In fairness, I want to say that their AI was more squad based, which is what led to the whole, well, the later Half-Life 2 Combine squads, who have very impressive use of tactics that you just don't see much of in game because there's no setup that uses it. Like you put them in
I'm
a,
here.
you know,
I'm on.
you put them in a situation where you can see the whole squad moving at once, and it's like, oh, they're flanking, they're like covering each other's blind spots and stuff. Yeah, but in game, you're mostly just mowing them down.
It's Sheog.
Oh, a boss fight.
An exploitable one. Now he's flying far above us. Ugh, gargoyles. Da 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 da. Come down here.
Yeah. This feels more annoying than, like, dangerous. Like, this monster's just a big old bag of hit points that's awkward to get rid of. It doesn't seem much of a threat now.
Yep. It has one of the few spirit attacks with the eye beams.
Yeah. It's not using those.
Because it's so easy to exploit. Ugh.
retro game, like, archival person I follow on Twitter is tweeting about Tarotica Voodoo, a game that whenever I bring it up, people go, I have never heard of this.
Yeah.
Cute little hand-drawn puzzle game.
Hmm.
It's like... You can complete it in less than 4 hours. Like, I think I've recommended it as a stream game before, because it's really interesting. And it's a game that also was in development between 1993 and sometime in the 2010s. And
Man.
it's just like incredibly funny. This is like such a custom made game. It's deliberately, like, we were talking about games with deliberately weird control schemes. This is one of them. Yeah, just open that door and blast him with napalm. Sure, why not? Like, those aren't a big threat here, it's just, might as well take them off the table. I'll put a link to this person talking about that game in voice chat next. And it is, like, kind of obtuse, but never in a frustrating way. It's one of those games where once you figure out what it's actually telling you to do, you go, oh, that's clever. Yeah. Also, it has a theme song that got stuck in my head, like, continuously for weeks after I played it. Anyway. Blood, 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 blood.
There's this funny animation I want to share. It's
Okay.
also Amori related, but it's really funny.
Uh-huh.
It's funny even if you don't know the game. I think these are among the last of the cultists for this episode. Man, we haven't seen a fireman glitch. Where,
oh yeah, that.
where
Yeah,
they
we saw that when you were streaming ages ago, didn't
yeah,
we?
where they don't die when on fire, except they kind of do in the game data, but like they keep going.
They just
It's
keep
like,
burning forever.
yeah, they keep burning and running around forever. No, I think there's actually more cultists.
He used to be the email guy, now he's the oh god, it burns, it burns, it burns guy. Yeah.
Oh, jeez! Timed that wrong. Shot his buddy. God, enemy infighting is such a rare thing nowadays.
And it's such a cool thing to have in games, like it's... it's another one of those things that's such a huge part of what made Doom fun. Which makes it very funny that the SNES version of Doom took it out. They just ran out of space for the sprites that
Here are
would make it
boots,
work.
but we don't need them.
Don't need them.
This episode doesn't have any secrets that need the boots.
Yeah, they're just for fun. So you can just waste the boots on whatever you want.
Like that. Oh, ah! You dick! Ow! Uh. Ah, for fuck's sake.
Huh, I guess I didn't actually put this in the games to stream chat.
That area is completely optional. It should be counted as a secret, but it's not.
Yeah? Oh, honestly, this is £7. If you asked me to buy it for you, I would.
What?
Tarotica Voodoo.
Huh. Yeah, you can
Yeah,
buy
at
it.
least take a look at the, like... Should link a gameplay video. Oh no, the first gameplay video on Steam, which is... Oh, the second video on that page. That shows what the game's about.
Son of a... Okay.
It's a game where you will sword fight a family dog.
Ah. Throwing around more fireballs than a D&D player. Ah. Ah, fucking hell, Christ.
The wild thing about, like, Baldur's Gate is Fireball isn't even the optimal choice for that. The Skull Trap actually keeps scaling in damage long past what Fireball does. What is the iconic spell? You can't go wrong with Fireball.
Yes, you can.
Well, you can, and you frequently will. Yeah.
Oh, and a wine bottle. Does nothing. Although at least the main episodes of Blood use the tomes for a secret. And
Yeah.
Death Wish, which was in the add-ons I have, uses the tome to give out some lore. It's pretty cool. Death Wish is good.
Uh-huh.
does secrets in a pretty cool way.
Yeah.
Secret levels in a pretty cool way. Where you go to the level, and then after you're done to it, you kind of go back to a destroyed version of the previous level.
Ah, I see.
It's much shorter, but like, it's pretty cool.
Must pay.
How would that guy dodge the explosions, honestly? Of course.
Swallow your soul.
Remember when I had to be efficient with my weapons? Those were dark days. Okay. I could do this. I could do it 9 times.
You can do it
Only
9 times?
times. I've still
Yeah,
never
they-
seen Homestar Runner, but I at least know that one. 1 health, 100 ammo.
Let's rock.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I put a new game in the potential games to stream just because I've been talking about it. It's not a new game per se, it's one I haven't put in there before, apparently. Oh no, James is
Ugh.
driving over to my house to kill me.
What?
What?
Sorry, I just heard like a car or bike noise or something when you're.
Yeah, heard that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's kind of rambling, so it's like that's a good way to end it. Yeah.
But yeah, Turatica
Turatica Voodoo.
Voodoo. It looks
It's a
interesting.
weird little puzzle game. I just love it. This game where the combat controls are you move your sword forward, you move your sword back, that's the only controls you have. And it manages to still be a really cool combat system.
Huh.
It makes a lot more sense when you play it and realize what's actually asking you to do.
Yeah. It sounds like it. Like, I'm guessing it's like, you can pull off some interesting maneuvers with, like, oh, do you keep your sword forward
It's
to, like,
more
parry or
about,
something?
like timing, like learning patterns to be able to swing your sword and block, and like it integrates it really nicely as a puzzle mechanic kind of thing. It's a weird little game. It's maybe 4 hours long at most, and it's absolutely worth playing.
I mean, honestly, games that go on for too long about that stuff usually are pretty
Yeah.
bad.
Oh yeah, it would probably outstay its welcome if it was like a 20-hour game or something, but like, sure, 4 hours is a good length for it. Then again, like, the last couple of escape room games that I tried to play for lasted like an hour each, and it's not like Well, I say it's not like this is a genre that I'm super good at, but apparently it is. It's unfortunate that I can't find fun escape room puzzle games outside of Zero Escape.
Have you ever played Don't Escape?
Don't Escape?
Yeah.
The ultimate challenge for me.
There's like 3 games. There's 4. And the 4 is much larger than the other 3, but there's like 3 short little flash games.
Oh, they're flash games, that's what. Wait.
I guess it's stuck now. That happened to me
It's
last
stuck
time.
in the void.
Ah! No! No! Fuck! Damn it, how did I do
Nope,
that?
not played those ones. Oh, it's armor games.
Yeah, but they are pretty good too. Well,
Yeah.
the second and
No,
third. Well,
I just
third one is-
vividly remember armor games like from Red Prey.
Well, they just hosted games.
Yeah, it's just very funny to me. Like so much that of the what are they called? I can't remember that trilogy of games where trapped, pursuit, and escape. Like
God.
there's a name for the trilogy, but I can't remember it.
The
And I just
Trapped
remember
trilogy,
Dan
I think?
McNeely voicing himself.
His name is Edwin Tong, I think, the voice actor.
Huh.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought that was the name of the voice actor. No, it's just a character that he plays.
No, but I get what you're saying.
Because I know.
Made that mistake before too.
I remember, I don't know if it's a Retropray thing or a more general something awful thing, but they just hired the voice actor to say all kinds of ridiculous nonsense because he's apparently a pretty cool guy, or was when they talked to him about it.
I
He's
know.
like, yeah, I hammed it up, but you all loved it, didn't you? And they went, yeah, fair enough.
I know. Chip Cheesen paid him to like read out a thing that a pretty infamous game developer said.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Because it's back in the day, it was pretty common for something awful to go, hey, this creator actually seems like a pretty cool person. Let's just go ask if they're aware that we're, like, let's playing.
Yeah, maybe
Which is
don't bother
interesting.
creators with that.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
kind of got out of hand at some
shit.
point. But that's why you came across things like, in the middle of the Pokemon Quartz Let's Play, like, a ROM hack that was infamously kind of weird. They went, actually, it turns out we can contact the ROM hacker and ask him what he meant by this. And so they did, and he managed to get banned in his first post. Admittedly, for very funny reasons. And someone immediately bought an account back for him. Because Something Awful is the only website I can think of where you're able to just buy yourself out of a ban, like directly.
God.
Nah, I'm pretty sure there are other websites that do
Oh,
that.
there
Like
are
Twitter.
absolutely obvious. Twitter probably does it, but you know, it was a formal part of Something Awful's culture. That if you did something particularly like ban-worthy, but not, you know, absolutely irredeemable, you could just pay money to get the ban overturned. And so there are some sub-forums where people would just get banned all the time. Because it wasn't seen as a big deal. Yeah, apparently, though, Dan McNeely is named the character, not the voice actor, and I've been getting this wrong all these years.
What the? That was weird. Gargoyle pests. Well, you got a gargoyle infestation. We're the only pest remover that is required by law to have napalm.
God.
Yeah, most of them are required by law not to have it. Like international law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this would
Are
be a
these
problem.
all the boss level ones?
Oh no.
Oh no, these guys are just. Again, they're just big walls of hit points this time.
Yeah.
It's not like this is a fun battle.
Yeah.
At least with this, it goes faster.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. I hope the game. Yeah. And I was hoping the game when it or this add-on when it do that, it's just like, oh, here's wall bosses to fight. But it does give you a lot of like ammo for big weapons, though.
Another mother
New
spider.
Spider-Man. Yeah, this just doesn't feel as obnoxious.
Yeah. I love how you.
Like
Oh, there's two of them.
no, there's 3 of them.
No, there's one. This isn't that one level from the official levels where there was 3 of them.
Oh, okay. It was just the same one getting bounced around.
Okay, I killed it.
It feels a lot less obnoxious than like
It bit me.
4 boss gargoyles rushing at you.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is more annoying than really threatening. James, you're at full health.
They might have something else. No. Okay. Whoa, we're in space.
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 The final frontier.
Oh,
These are
that
the
reminds
voyages.
me. These are the voyages of Starship Enterprise. Its mission? Scout new life and new civilizations. Boldly go where no man has gone before. No one has gone before, I think. When did they change that? Might have been in TNG, actually. Anyway. What was I saying? Right, yeah, going space. This is reminding me that, like, I need to ask about Cup of Greed. Because I need to come up with a new gimmick for this year. Because I'm not doing the absurdly deep voices this time, because I don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Space guy.
Wait, I just had an idea for. I had a goofy idea for a character.
Hmm?
A fan of Yu-Gi-Oh who got isekai'd into the Yu-Gi-Oh
Hey, two
into.
I
Cerberus.
want to say that's a thing that someone did at least once, and I can't remember.
God, nice. Also,
Yeah, and
two
just
servers.
playing as Kirito. This is the portrait for them.
Nice.
Yeah. That's not my style, that's a gimmick that I could see someone else using.
Hit! Yep! Invulnerability! You're fucked.
Mostly because my style for is to kind of just do something that will give me something ridiculous to talk about non-stop. if my opponent isn't saying anything.
Oh, nice.
Pagliacci, the jewel clown, that was just like his whole thing is he is like a clown. He like that's treated as his species rather than just his job.
When clowns are ready
And
to lay
so
eggs.
like it's his culture as well. It's just deliberately very silly. He comes from a country where everybody's a clown. No,
You wonder if this Shin Megami
versus
Tensei Strange Journey might finally be over. I guess this is like an in-between?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a weird OVA in the Blood series.
interquill.
Yeah.
Yep. That no one ever references or mentions ever again.
Yep. Ah,
It's the
Sunstorm.
Star Wars Holiday Special.
Featuring Kyron.
Um,
Yeah.
so, I don't know what we're playing for this slot next week.
I said Worms. Armageddon.
Worms? Ooh, are we gonna try
Oh,
multiplayer?
Yeah.
nice. Very nice. No, we should probably do a test of that before next
Yeah.
week.
Yeah, before next Saturday. Well, that's the stream, everyone. See you later.
That's the stream.
See you later.
Thanks for watching.